Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight, our boy Tyberos returns. Before we get to the madness, as always, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
The Nathrane Vale died before the first claw touched soil. It died in the choirs. Across the outer worlds, in sanctified towers of black stone and brass, astropaths tore out their own tongues and drowned in blood before the overseers could bind them. Blind men who had endured decades of sanctioned torment broke their restraints with the strength of the damned. They clawed at the walls. They smashed their skulls against warded iron. They screamed names that no censor could record before their throats split and their lungs filled with red froth. In the nave of the astropathic choir on Nathrane 9, 100 robed psychers knelt beneath the gaze of a marble emperor whose face had been worn smooth by centuries of incense. They had begun the morning chanting the litany of clear passage. By the 7th verse, their voices had become animal sounds. By the 9th, half of them were dead. By the final bell, the choirmaster was alone, standing ankle-deep in brain matter, holding his own eyes in his hands, while he whispered into a dead vox grill. "Something vast has looked upon us." Then he bit through his wrists and laughed until he fell. The navigators followed. In the orbital cartography shrines, third eyes opened without command and bled black. Men bred to stare into the warp covered their faces and begged to be blinded. Navigator Lord Mero Cast, sworn to House Galvorn and attached to Battlefleet Nathrane, ordered every shutter in his sanctum sealed. It did not save him. The servants found him kneeling in a pool of amniotic slime that had seeped from nowhere, his skull split along the brow, his hands folded in prayer. The machine spirits were next. Vox shrines spat static that sounded like chewing. Auspex arrays painted the void with impossible returns. Macro-cogitators recited casualty projections in Binharic cant before any war had been declared. Servitors locked in their alcoves turned their dead faces toward the galactic south and wept nutrient fluid from their augmetic eyes. Every prayer strip pasted to every command console curled and blackened, though no fire touched them. The first clear image came from an orbital pick capture station above the agri-moon of Davon's Rest. The station had been built to watch storm patterns, crop bands, and seasonal dust tides. Its final transmission showed the stars going out, not all at once, one by one. Points of light vanished behind silhouettes too broad to understand. The picked feed sharpened, blurred, sharpened again, and revealed a wall of living vessels moving through the black. They were not ships, as the Imperium knew ships. They bore no engines, no sanctified hulls, no blessed prows or gun decks. They were ribbed things, swollen things, blind and vast, drifting with the hunger of a graveyard come awake. Some were larger than hive spires. Some trailed tendrils long enough to coil around orbital docks. Some pulsed as if with hearts the size of cathedrals. Then the station's crew began screaming. The last image showed a feeder tendril closing over the moon's upper atmosphere, like a hand over a candle. Colonel Joran Vael watched the recording 3 times. He stood in the command bunker beneath Bastion Trench 88th, coat buttoned to the throat, rebreather hanging loose against his chest, one gloved hand resting on the edge of the hololithic table. Around him, officers of the 812th Carthan Siege Regiment muttered litanies, verified ammunition tallies, and pretended not to hear the panic bleeding through every channel. Vael was a narrow man with an old soldier's face and a dead man's eyes. His scalp was shaved to regulation stubble. A scar split his upper lip. He had commanded sieges on ash worlds, ice moons, rebellion pits, and plague-sealed manufactoria. He had watched men burn, freeze, starve, and pray. He believed in artillery, discipline, and the Emperor, though not always in that order. "What does Fleet Command name them?" he asked. The Vox officer swallowed. Designation uncertain, Colonel. Lord Admiral Crone reports multiple biosignature classes. Xenos, extreme mass, no engine wake, no machine emissions. Naval intelligence suspects Tyranid contact. No one in the bunker spoke for several seconds. Vielle looked at the hololith. Nathrane 9 rotated in pale blue and iron grey above the table. Hive Carthrax glowed as a cluster of defensive icons on the western continent. Around it lay the trench. Belts, battery fields, mine corridors, tank revetments, and pilgrim slums that had become military districts by order of the Departamento Munitorum. The 812th held the outer approaches with 6 million conscripts, 900,000 line guardsmen, 300 basilisk batteries. Lehman Russ squadrons dug hull down behind ferrocrete berms, Hydra flak tanks watching the skies, and enough lasgun charge packs to fight a conventional war for months. A conventional war. Vielle closed his fist until leather creaked. Sound full invasion protocols. Wake every gun. Seal the field hospitals. Double the commissariat watches at all retreat arteries. No civilian movement without stamped order. No unauthorized Vox traffic. No mercy rounds wasted on panic. A junior lieutenant, pale beneath his helmet, whispered, "Colonel, if they are Tyranids." Vielle turned his head. The lieutenant stiffened. "They are Xenos," Vielle said. "They die." Above them, the sky opened. The first spores fell like infected meteors. They came through the cloud deck trailing green fire and black vapor, hundreds at first, then thousands, then so many that the heavens seemed diseased. Hydra batteries found them and filled the air with flak bursts. Manticore rockets screamed upward. Defense lasers cut white scars through the storm. Spores split apart under fire and rained burning meat across the outer wastes. Too many survived. They struck the ground with wet thunder. Some burst on impact, disgorging packs of hormagaunts that hit the mud running, talons already raised, every creature turning toward the Imperial line as if guided by one unseen eye. Others cracked open like obscene eggs and spilled termagants clutching living guns against their chests, their weapons twitching and drooling before they fired. Gargoyles rose from ruptured pods in shrieking clouds, wings beating through smoke and ash. Raveners tunneled from impact craters, serpentine bodies armored in chitin, claws unfolding like knives from a butcher's dream. Warrior broods came last, tall and hideous, their skull crests ridged, their weapon symbiotes fused into their arms, their presence drawing lesser beasts into patterns too precise for instinct. The 812th opened fire. Basilisks spoke from behind the trench line, and the world shook beneath their anger. Shells fell into the swarm with city-breaking force. Entire broods vanished beneath columns of soil, fire, and pulverized chitin. Mortars thumped from secondary pits. Heavy bolters hammered from pillboxes until their barrels glowed red. Lascannons picked out warrior organisms and punched burning holes through their torsos. Hellhounds rolled forward on Vale's order and vomited promethium into the closest trenches, drowning the leading gaunts in liquid fire. For a little while, it looked like victory. The first wave came apart against the guns. Hormagaunts became heaps of twitching limbs. Termagants burst under bolter fire, their ammunition beasts cooking off inside them. Gargoyles spun from the sky, trailing smoke. Raveners died tangled in razor wire and minefields, thrashing as they detonated charges beneath their own bodies. The mud turned black and purple with alien fluids. Men cheered from the firing steps, priests raised aquilars, and screamed praises through brass amplifiers. Vielle did not cheer. He watched the dead. The Xenos corpses were piling high against the wire, high enough to bridge craters, high enough to cover mines, high enough to make ramps over the killing ground. "Shift battery primus left by 3 degrees," he said. "Fire for depth, not frontage. Burn the carcass mounds." The order went out. The guns obeyed. Promethium washed over the heaps, but the next wave was already climbing them. They came faster. The dead became roads. The living poured over them, claws clacking against split chitin, hooves slipping in their own fluids. Heavy bolter nests turned gaunts into mist, and still the swarm advanced. Laser fired until charge packs died, and replacement packs were slapped into place with bloody hands. Guardsmen shouted the catechism of hatred between volleys. Commissars paced behind the firing line with bolt pistols drawn, black coats snapping in the chemical wind. "Stand firm," Vial voxed. "Fire by rank. No man fires alone. No man dies alone. Hold your lines." At Hive Carthrax, the second war began behind them. The cult rose during the bombardment. They came from Habstack basements, corpse-rendering plants, sewage arteries, and devotional hostels. Men with shaved heads and hidden ridges beneath their skin stabbed overseers with mining tools. Munitorum scribes turned autoguns on their own clerks. Dock workers opened armory gates. Penal laborers tore the aquila from their uniforms and painted 4 armed icons in blood across chapel doors. They did not shout strategy. They did not declare rebellion. They chanted, "Blessed are the stars that hunger. Blessed are the mouths beyond night. Blessed are the fathers below. Blessed are the gods above." At Void Shield Pylon, Carthrax Tertius, a maintenance crew murdered the Skitarii overseers with cutting torches and dragged their bodies into the plasma relays. At the same hour, sewer gates beneath the lower hive opened from within. The tunnels beyond them were already moving. Genestealers flowed into the dark underways. Field Hospital 17 was the first to vanish. Its Medicaid staff had been treating burn wounds from the opening bombardment when the floor grates burst upward. Ripper swarms came through in a shining carpet of teeth and hunger. They covered beds, walls, lamps, bodies. Wounded men thrashed under blankets that moved like boiling water. Orderlies hacked with bone saws until their arms were stripped to red sticks. A priest climbed onto an operating table and tried to deliver last rites, but the swarm entered his mouth before the first verse was done. In the plaza outside Hab Block Gath, the ground softened and split. Capillary growths pushed through rockcrete like roots through a corpse. Spores fell as grey snow. Men who breathed them began coughing blood and fragments of lung. Armor plates corroded. Prayer books blistered. Laser guns jammed as living mold grew through their vents. A digestion pool formed around the statue of St. Cordain, swallowing the martyr's bronze feet first, then the piled dead, then the wounded who had crawled there seeking shelter. There was no hatred in it. That made it worse. The Tyranids did not torture. They did not rage. They did not laugh over the dying. They consumed flesh, bone, cloth, steel, oil, ink, parchment, stone. The fallen were not victims to them. They were material. The living were not enemies. They were future meat. In orbit, Lord Admiral Hestian Crone gave the only order left to give. All vessels, advanced to interdiction range, torpedoes by squadron, macro batteries to continuous fire. Dictator wings are cleared to launch. Cobra packs, close and cut. The Emperor judges cowards after death. I judge them now. Battlefleet Nathrain moved to meet the living dark. Lunar-class cruisers turned their armored prows toward the Tyranid advance and lit the void with lance fire. Dictator-class carriers bled attack craft into the black, bomber wings diving through clouds of spores toward the swollen hides of hive ships. Cobra destroyers ran ahead in packs, launching torpedoes in massed spreads before banking away under sheets of bioplasma. The first salvo struck home. A great bioship split open along its flank, venting oceans of fluid that froze into glittering red mist. Another folded around a plasma detonation, its tendrils curling inward like a dying spider's legs. Then, Leviathan answered. Acid spore clouds rolled across the fleet. Void shields flared and failed under organic corrosion. Feeder tendrils lashed out across impossible distances, wrapping around destroyers and crushing blessed armor inward until decks buckled and men were pressed into pulp against their own consoles. Boarding cysts struck cruiser hulls and burrowed through adamantium with patient, wet persistence. When they opened, they vomited clawed things into gun decks, engine shrines, and ammunition vaults. The Navy fought as the Navy had always fought, with iron, fire, and contempt. But the enemy did not break formation, because formation was a human idea. The swarm recoiled, adapted, and pressed forward. On the surface, Bastion Trench 88th collapsed at dusk. The Carnifexes came through the smoke like walking siege engines. The first took a Vanquisher shell to the chest and lost half its torso, then continued for 9 more strides before dying on top of the tank that killed it. The second rammed a Lehman Russ demolisher head-on, lifted the vehicle with its crushing claws, and slammed it down until the crew became liquid inside the hull. The third reached the wire under Lascanon fire, bellowed without sound through a blown-open throat, and smashed a trench bunker flat. Gaunts poured through the breach around them. Vael stood on the command parapet, with his sword drawn, and his command squad dying around him. Reserve companies forward, hellhounds to the breach, battery secundus, danger close. The Vox crackled. "Colonel, our men are still in the impact zone. They are already dead. Fire." The earth erupted. Basilisk shells fell among guardsmen and Tyranids alike. Men disappeared in fountains of mud and bone. Gaunts flew apart by the 100. A commissar named Drexler stood atop the trench wall with his bolt pistol in one hand and a regimental standard in the other, shooting deserters until a gargoyle brood descended and tore him open from throat to groin. He died still holding the flag. A conscript took it from his severed hand and was cut in half a heartbeat later. Laser-guns overheated, bayonets bent, chainswords clogged. Men fought with entrenching tools, broken rifles, teeth, and prayer. A wounded sergeant held his own intestines against his belly with one hand, while firing a plasma gun with the other. The weapon overheated and took him apart in a blue-white sunburst, killing the warrior brood cresting the trench behind him. Still they came. Vael shot a gaunt through the skull with his sidearm, kicked another from the parapet, and watched a Carnifex breach the second line. Its charge crushed 3 heavy weapon teams and drove a Chimera backward into a fuel trench. The explosion coated the trench wall in burning men. Their screams vanished beneath the sound of claws striking metal. "Colonel," said the Vox officer, bleeding from both ears, "Astropathic Sanctum reports 1 living choir asset remains." Vael turned. "Patch him through." Static filled the channel. Beneath it came chewing sounds, distant bells, and a man sobbing in High Gothic. "This is Colonel Joran Vael, 812th Carthan. Speak." The astropath's voice arrived as a whisper dragged over broken glass. "The dark is full. The hunger is without number. The Emperor's light is far, far, far." "Send to Segmentum Command," Vael said. "Send to anyone." "I hear teeth in the warp." "Send!" The astropath screamed. The sound made every lumen in the bunker burst. Men cried out and clutched their heads. The Vox officer dropped to his knees, blood pouring from his nose. For one impossible moment, Vael saw the stars from above Nathrane 9. He saw them vanish behind flesh. He saw the system as a carcass floating in deep water. Then the astropath spoke one final time. The deep hunters have heard. A wet crack followed. The transmission died. No one understood. Not then. Outside the bunker, Bastion Trench 88th burned from end to end. The first line was gone. The second was a wound. The third shook beneath the weight of millions of bodies, human and alien, living and dead, all ground together under artillery fire and alien hooves. Hive Carthrax's western shield failed in a burst of blue lightning. In the lower districts, the cult bells rang. Vael looked to the hololith. The system display flickered, fractured, and rebuilt itself under machine spirit protest. Most of the void was red with Tyranid mass. Imperial fleet icons blinked out one by one. Nathrane 9's orbital stations were dying. The Agri-Moon was already silent. Then a new return appeared at the edge of the system. Cold, distant, silent. Not a distress beacon, not a Navy reinforcement code, not the heraldic blaze of a crusade fleet. A cluster of warships translated from the warp as if surfacing from black water. Their hulls were void grey, scarred by ancient campaigns, running dark by choice rather than damage. No hymns came before them, no declarations of salvation, no proud challenge flooded the Vox. They moved without haste and without light, predatory silhouettes against the devoured stars. At their heart came a battle barge, immense and brutal, its prow shaped like the head of some abyssal beast from mankind's forgotten oceans. Its armor was old, its guns were awake. Its name appeared on the auspex only after 3 machine spirits argued over the return, and one began reciting a death rite. Nikor. Vael stared at the word. Around him the bunker shook as another carnifex hit the outer wall. Dust fell from the ceiling. Men shouted. Somewhere nearby, something enormous began forcing its way through ferrocrete and steel. The Vox officer looked up from his console, face grey with terror and blood. "Colonel, Adeptus Astartes." Vael watched the silent fleet turn toward Nathrane 9. "Which chapter?" The machine hesitated, then projected a sigil in pale light. A black void, a white shark, red markings like old blood in deep water. The answer came without trumpet, without promise, without mercy. "Carcharodon's Astra," whispered the Vox officer. Above the dying world, the Nikor opened its launch bays. The Nikor did not roar as it entered war. It waited. Its vast hull drifted through the outer dark of the Nathrane Vale like a predator beneath black water, ancient void plating, drinking the light of distant suns. No triumphal hymn rolled from its Vox towers. No proclamation of deliverance thundered across the system. No devotional cant announced the coming of angels. The battle barge kept silence as the dying world turned below, and in that silence, the mortal crews of the Imperial fleet felt something colder than hope. Within the Nikor, war was made ready without ceremony. In the weapon shrines, Terminators of the Red Brethren knelt upon slabs of black iron streaked with old salt and older blood. Their tactical dreadnought armor stood around them in alcoves, each suit a relic sarcophagus of ceramite, adamantium, and hate. Serfs moved between the giants with brushes of bone and bowls of dried blood, painting fresh kill marks over scarred plating where previous wars had already left no clean surface. Some markings were High Gothic, some were exile script, some were old oceanic glyphs that no imperial scribe aboard the Allied fleet could have translated without first being given permission to live. Chainfists were blessed in silence. Thunderhammers were raised beneath lumen strips and lowered into the hands of warriors who did not thank the serfs that served them. Combi melters were fed consecrated fuel cells and loaded with shells, whose casings had been scratched with oaths of annihilation. Assault cannons were tested in short, controlled bursts into recoil cradles, each weapon's spirit soothed by tech marines whose voices clicked in Binharic underlays beneath their deeper Carcharodon cant. Lightning claws were activated one blade at a time, blue power fields crawling along talons built to open armor, flesh and chitin with equal indifference. No one shouted. No one boasted. The warriors of the Carcharodon's Astra prepared as if the act of killing had already happened and their bodies were merely waiting to obey the memory of it. In the teleportarium vaults, tech marines woke ancient machinery from dreams of rust and lightning. Incense clung to cables thicker than a man's torso. Servo skulls drifted in jittering processions, their eye lenses glowing red through smoke. The teleportarium rings growled with restrained force, each one surrounded by warding sigils, machine prayers, and old bite marks in the deck, plating where previous translations had returned, men fused to their armor, or armor without the men inside it. Brother Artavane, keeper of the first gate, placed his iron palm upon the control altar. "Machine spirit, hear the abyss," he intoned. The altar answered in grinding static. "We bring prey." The coils awakened. Far above the vaults, in the strategium, the war was already being butchered into acceptable losses. The chamber was wide and dim, ribbed like the inside of some dead Leviathan. Its walls were hung with void charts, campaign trophies, Xeno's bones and banners taken from wars no living mortal officer had been cleared to know existed. The central hololithic table projected the Nathrane veil in layers of ghostlight. Hive Carthrax burned in red. Bastion Trench 88th flashed between amber and black. The orbital war flickered in dying icons, imperial hulls and Tyranid bioships tangling in a slow storm of predation and fire. Lord Admiral Hestian Crone stood in full naval dress, though one sleeve was torn and stiff with dried blood. His image was not physical. He appeared as a hololithic figure, transmitted from the command deck of the Grand Cruiser Valorous Decree, the projection breaking whenever the shadow in the warp rolled across the system's communications net. Behind him, officers moved in smoke and emergency lumens. Somewhere near his transmission pickup, men were screaming under boarding alarms. Inquisitor Malrek Voss of the Ordo Xenos stood in person, black coat sealed at the throat, rosette displayed openly upon his breast. He carried himself like a man accustomed to being feared by generals, admirals, and planetary governors. A needle pistol rested at his hip. A power sword hung opposite it. His face was narrow, his scalp shaved, his eyes augmented with cold green lenses that moved independently when he studied the hololith. Beside him, Magos Biologis, Severian Gal, hovered on a suspensor cradle, his lower body replaced by a cluster of surgical limbs, sample canisters, and mechadendrites tipped with scalpels. His red robes were protected beneath a transparent mantle of hardened plastic, already smeared with alien ichor gathered from orbital debris. When he breathed, the sound came from a grill in his throat and carried the wet clicking of filtration pumps. Colonel Jorund Vael appeared as a broken column of light from Nathrane 9. His hollow form tore and reformed with every pulse of interference. The left side of his face was a mask of soot. Blood ran from one ear. Behind him, the command bunker shook again and again, as if struck by a giant's fist. Reaper Prime Corvid Tain stood at the edge of the table, in full Terminator plate, helm mag locked beneath one arm. He was massive, even among the Adeptus Astartes, his skin corpse pale, his eyes black, his scalp marked with white ritual scars. His armor bore red kill slashes over void grey, and a chain fist hung at his side like an executioner's tool. He did not look at the mortal commanders unless they spoke directly to him. Even then, his gaze lasted only long enough to measure whether they mattered. Then Tyberos entered. The chamber changed. It was not that he strode loudly. His footfalls were heavy, but controlled. It was not that he declared himself. He said nothing. It was not even his size, though he was immense, an armored giant in ancient Terminator plate, whose every surface bore the scars of boarding actions, void wars, and close slaughter. It was the certainty around him, the awful stillness, the sense that a sentence had been passed somewhere deep beneath the ocean of the stars, and now the executioner had arrived to carry it out. His armor was void grey and black, marked in red, its plates layered and brutal. Chains bound hunger and slake to his gauntlets, the relics resting like sleeping beasts at the ends of his arms. Barbed power blades curved from them, folded close for now, while inner maws of chain teeth sat dark and still within their housings. Beneath the helm, where shadows failed to fully hide him, there were glimpses of corpse-pale flesh and eyes that did not soften when they fell upon the dying world. No mortal in the chamber saluted quickly enough. No Carcharodon saluted at all. Tyberos stopped before the hololithic table. His gaze moved across the system display. not with the desperation of a commander seeking victory, but with the patience of a hunter reading blood in water. Crone spoke first. "Chapter Master," said the Admiral, and his voice cracked under static. "Nathrane 9 is failing. I have 3 cruisers crippled, 1 carrier under boarding assault, and destroyer squadrons being pulled apart by feeder organisms. The world below has millions under arms and billions still within the hives. I require immediate reinforcement of the primary defense line. Drop your companies at Bastion Trench 88th, and we may yet hold the western approaches." Voss cut in before Tyberos answered. "The Admiral understates the matter. Hive Carthrax contains manufactoria, munition vaults, gene stock, sacred archives, and an immense loyal population. Evacuation must be preserved. Priority should be given to shield restoration, spaceport corridors, and civilian extraction." Colonel Vale's broken image looked up from a world of dust and flame. "Bastion Trench is breached," he said. "Second line contested. Third line receiving pressure from heavy organisms. Cult uprising confirmed within the hive. Void shield failure across western and lower districts. We are still killing them." His hollow image distorted as something struck close by. For a moment he vanished. When he returned, he was coughing blood into one gloved fist. "We are still killing them," he repeated. Tyberos did not answer any of them. He raised one clawed hand. The hololith changed. Planetary population markers faded. Refugee arteries vanished. Regimental boundaries dimmed. In their place came crimson blooms spreading through hive districts, trench systems, corpse fields, and hab plazas. Magos Gal's mechadendrites twitched as the display accepted Carcharodon data grafts. Biomass flow projections appeared as pulsing currents. Digestion pools glowed like diseased organs. Capillary towers stretched upward in ghostly threads toward orbit. Synapse density formed clusters of deep violet. Feeder tendril movement arced from the living fleet toward Nathrane 9 and its moons. Tyberos studied the patterns. Crone's face hardened. "My lord, with respect, those are not merely tactical markers. Those are our people." "They are mass," said Tyberos. His voice was quiet. That made the mortals lean closer. It made them regret doing so. Crone stared. "They are servants of the throne." "They are mass," Tyberos repeated. "Mass the enemy intends to convert." Voss's lenses clicked. "You speak of imperial citizens." Tyberos turned his helm toward him. "The enemy does not conquer worlds. It eats them. Therefore, every living body we fail to remove, burn, or kill becomes ammunition." Silence followed. Only the hololith moved, painting red hunger across the world below. Crone looked as though he had swallowed poison. "You propose abandoning the defense?" "I propose killing the fleet." "We cannot kill the fleet while the planet dies beneath it." "The planet is already dead," said Tyberos. Colonel Vael's image flickered. "Not yet." For the first time, Tyberos looked directly at him. The bunker around Vael trembled. A burst of gunfire sounded somewhere behind the colonel. Men shouted. A commissar's voice barked an execution order. Vael did not turn away from the hololink. "No," Tyberos said after a long moment. "Not yet." The words were not comfort. They were assessment. Reaper Prime Tane stepped forward, placing one armored fist on the edge of the table. His voice was deeper than Tyberos, but no warmer. Leviathan Ropalon presents 3 active feeding arteries. Hive Carthrax, the corpse fields west of Bastion Trench, the lower sea basins where spore saturation is already converting protein mass. Synapse pressure is strongest beneath Carthrax Primus and around the western digestion heart. Magos Gal's voice crackled in layered Binharic and Low Gothic. Confirmation probable. Synapse lattice shows node reinforcement. Warrior organisms, psychic beasts, heavy guard forms, not random feeding, directed consumption. The Xeno's intelligence prioritizes accelerated reclamation of concentrated urban biomass. Voss turned on the Magos. "Can you identify a command organism?" "Command organism is imprecise. Tyranid hierarchy is distributed through synaptic relay, but local node beasts may be isolated, killed, or disrupted. Recommended acquisition of tissue samples from synapse-grade bioforms. Recommended preservation of specimens if tactically viable. Tan looked at him. The Magos paused. Preservation optional, he amended. Tyberos swept his claw through the hololith. New vectors appeared. The guard holds. Vael's jaw tightened. For how long? Until it cannot. Krone's fists clenched. That is not a plan. It is the only part of the plan already in motion, said Tyberos. You will continue it. The Admiral's projection crackled with interference, but his anger came through clearly. And the Navy? The Navy does not contest the entire swarm. You will fail. You will bleed ships and gain nothing. You will herd the outer bioships away from Nathrane 9 and toward the cold gravity well beyond Davon's Rest. Draw them with damaged hulls, reactor leaks, and false retreat signatures. Make them believe you are prey breaking from the shoal. Krone's eyes narrowed. You ask me to offer my fleet as bait. I require you to make the enemy pursue. And if they do not, then you die here with the planet. Voss took a step closer. And the Carcharodons? Tyberos touched the largest crimson bloom beneath Hive Carthrax. We strike where the swarm feeds most efficiently. We cut synapse arteries. We kill hive tyrants. We burn digestion hearts. We poison biomass. We force Leviathan Ropalon to spend leader beasts faster than it can adapt. When the Norn vessel reveals itself, we board. It. Krone stared at the projection. You intend to ignore the gaunt swarms. I intend not to trade the Emperor's angels for claws without meaning. Voss's expression darkened. Billions of loyal citizens remain planetside. Tyberos said nothing. The silence stretched long enough to become its own verdict. Servos clicked in his armor. Hunger and slake shifted at his sides, chains rasping softly against ceramite. Loyalty, he said at last, is not immunity from use. The Inquisitor did not flinch, though every mortal in the chamber seemed to draw breath at once. His hand drifted near his rosette, not as threat, but as reminder. Be cautious, Chapter Master. Tyberos leaned slightly toward him. Every lumen in the chamber seemed to grow colder. Be useful, Inquisitor. For a moment, the War Council balanced on the edge of another war entirely. Then Colonel Vael laughed. It was a ragged sound, dragged from a man whose world was burning around him. I have 6 million conscripts who believed this morning they were defending a hive against raiders, he said. Now I am told their purpose is to season a trap for monsters from between the stars. Admiral Krone is to bleed in the void. The Magos is to weigh Xenos nerve tissue while men are eaten alive. The Inquisitor is to count which civilians may be spent with doctrinal purity. And you, my lord, will descend only where the feeding is thickest. Tyberos watched him. Vael wiped blood from his lip. I understand. Krone looked at the colonel in disbelief. Jorund. Vael ignored him. Give me artillery coordinates. Give me target priority. Give me permission to fire into my own dead before they become the enemy's meat. If I am to hold, I will hold properly. Tyberos inclined his helm by the smallest degree. Tain began issuing the kill geometry. Around the strategium, Carcharodon serfs moved like pale ghosts, transferring orders into sealed slates, oath cords, and blood-marked data wafers. The room filled with quiet purpose. Not hope. Never hope. Purpose was harder, colder, and less likely to break. Beneath the table, the deck vibrated as launch bays opened across the battle barge. In the arming shrines, the Red Brethren rose. One by one, helms locked into place. Eye lenses awakened in red slits. Chain fists growled in test rotations. Thunder hammers hummed with caged storm force. Combi melters were mag-locked. Assault cannons fed belts of mass reactive death into place. Lightning claws extended. Power fields whispering over killing edges. A serf approached Reaper Brother Omak with a bowl of blood and a brush made from the hair of a dead oath keeper. The serf painted a hooked exile glyph across the warrior's left pauldron. "Pray below," the serf whispered. Omak answered in low oceanic cant, his voice rendered monstrous by the helm grill. "Pray below. Teeth descend." Another warrior marked his gauntlet with a red slash over an older white one. "For the void, father?" asked the serf. "For the debt," the Terminator replied. No prayer to mercy passed among them, no appeal to glory. The Carcharodons did not speak of salvation. They spoke of depth, hunger, debt, blood, return. Their battle cant moved through the arming vaults like something older than Imperial Gothic, a language of abyssal hunters and exile fleets, of warriors who had long ago learned that the stars were an ocean and every war was a hunt beneath its surface. In the teleportarium, Techmarine Artavane received the final coordinates. His mechadendrites stabbed into sockets. The great rings began to howl. "Translation anchors unstable," warned a servitor. Artavane struck the thing hard enough to crack its jaw. "Stability is obedience." The machine spirit accepted the correction. The rings brightened. Back in the Strategium, Magos Gal expanded the display of Hive Carthrax. The western lower districts were no longer streets and hab blocks. They were organs, pools, feeding pits, reclamation trenches, capillary growths, a wound being digested while still attached to the body of the world. The digestion heart lies beneath the Manufactorum Plaza of St. Cordain's Fall, the Magos said. Approximate depth variable. Organic growth has consumed original urban geometry. Heavy synapse guard probable. Spores corrosive. Atmosphere degraded. Human survival without sealed armor increasingly unlikely. Crone stared at the red bloom. There are evacuation beacons east of that position. Tens of thousands alive, maybe more. Children, laborers, medici staff, shrine wardens. Their signals are still active. Voss seized on it. A limited drop there could preserve evacuation integrity. Tyberos did not look at either man. On the hololith, the civilian beacons flickered weak blue against the crimson spread. A pocket of terrified life, surrounded on 3 sides by digestion terrain, and on the 4th by collapsing streets. To any human commander, it was the obvious place to strike. To any Imperial saint, it would have been the place where legend began. Tyberos touched the red center instead. First drop. Crone's face went pale with fury. Not the evacuation fields. The digestion heart. They are dying. Yes, Voss's voice lowered. And you will not save them. Tyberos turned from the table. No. He walked toward the Strategium doors. Tain followed. Around them, mortal officers and ancient machines watched the judgment pass from planning into action. At the threshold, Tyberos paused. Colonel Vael. The broken hollow image straightened despite the bunker shaking around him. My lord, hold the breach. Draw the swarm west. Fire on your dead before the rippers reach them. Vael's mouth twisted into something too bitter to be a smile. By your command. Admiral Crone. The Admiral said nothing. Bleed correctly. Crone's projection flickered, and for a heartbeat, the man looked old beyond measure. The Emperor protects, he said. Tyberos did not answer with the expected right. The Void remembers, he said. Then the Shade Lord of the Carcharodons left the chamber. Moments later, the Nikkor cast its first teeth into the dying world. Drop pods fell from its launch bays like iron verdicts. Teleport beacons flared in the arming vaults. The Red Brethren vanished in columns of cold white fire, their last words swallowed by machine thunder and abyssal cant. Below them, Hive Carthrax screamed beneath the shadow in the warp. Above it, the Carcharodons descended not toward the living, but toward the place where the dead were being made useful to the enemy. The first drop pods hit Hive Carthrax like judgment hurled from orbit. They came through a sky already rotten with spores, punching burning tunnels through clouds the color of old bruises. Hydra flak from the Loyalist lines chased them by mistake for half a heartbeat before identification runes corrected themselves, and the gun crews began screaming apologies into dead Vox channels. Tyranid gargoyles swarmed up to meet the falling iron, wings beating through ash and chemical rain, their living guns spitting beetles and acid grubs against ceramite hulls. The pods did not slow. They hammered through the cloud of winged things and carried their pulped bodies down in streaks across their blackened skins. Below, the lower city had ceased to be a city. Hive Carthrax had been built in layers of iron, rockcrete, manufacturum brick, and devotional stone. Now those layers were being softened. Streets sagged beneath carpets of pulsing alien growth. Capillary towers rose through hab blocks and chapel roofs, ribbed columns of meat and chitin that drank from the dead and pumped the rendered slurry skyward in twitching peristaltic surges. Spore chimneys breathed grey clouds across the avenues. Bone bridges had grown between the shattered towers, made from stolen calcium and fused metal, carrying gaunts over districts that had drowned in acid. Pools of digestion fluid filled plazas where statues of imperial saints leaned half-consumed, their bronze faces melted into expressions of blind accusation. Imperial dead lay everywhere and did not remain dead in any meaningful sense. They were being unmade. Guardsmen, hab workers, priests, medici orderlies, cultists, horses from broken cavalry units, servitors still twitching under command loops, all of them collapsed into the same bubbling reclamation pits. Armor softened, flesh sloughed, teeth and badges floated together, prayer parchment dissolved alongside ration tins and shattered lasgun stocks. The Xenos did not distinguish between sacred and profane matter. It took all of it. The Carcharodons struck into that feast. Teleportation flares burst across the Manufactorum Quarter in flashes of cold white light. Red Brethren Terminators appeared among the ruins as if carved from the void itself, massive in tactical dreadnought armor, their grey plate marked with exile script and dried blood. A heartbeat later, drop pod doors blew open and slammed down into streets slick with human remains. Adeptus Astartes emerged through steam and spores, bolters already firing, helms turning in silence as target locks bloomed across their retinal displays. Reaper Prime Corvid Tain led the first kill spear. He stepped from the wreckage of a drop pod whose hull had split a spore chimney down its length. The organic tower convulsed, vomiting black vapor and half-digested skulls across the street. Tain ignored it. His chain fist roared alive. Around him came 9 Terminators in a wedge, assault cannon barrels spinning, heavy flamer nozzles coughing pilot sparks, combi melters mag locked against armored wrists. Depth line, Tain voxed. The Red Brethren answered in the old cant, low and rough through their helm grills. Teeth forward! Gaunts surged from the smoke. Hormagaunts came first, bounding on hooked limbs, talons raised, bodies low and fast. Termagants followed in staggering ranks, clutching flesh borers and devourers that writhed in their claws. Behind them moved warrior organisms, taller, crested, directing the lesser beasts with twitching head movements and synaptic pressure that made the air feel tight around mortal minds. The assault cannons opened. The nearest street vanished into red mist and chitin fragments. Spinning barrels chewed through the swarm in disciplined arcs, mass reactive shells tearing bodies apart faster than they could fall. Heavy flamers followed, drowning the corridor between collapsed Manufactoria in burning promethium. Gaunts shrieked without fear, their limbs cooking, their bodies bursting as internal fluids flashed to steam. They kept coming over their own burning dead until Tain's first rank met them with fists, shoulders, and chain blades. A warrior organism leapt from a bone bridge, dual blades raised. Tain caught it in mid-descent. His chain fist sheared through its torso, teeth screaming as they bit through chitin, nerve tissue, and wet armor. He hurled the twitching halves aside and pointed toward the Manufactorum gate ahead, where alien growth had welded itself into the hive's metal skeleton. Cut through. The Terminators obeyed. Chain fists drove into the wall of living matter. Organic fibers snapped. Pipes of alien cartilage burst under the blades, spraying steaming fluid across ceramite. The growth fought back without thought, tightening around limbs, exuding acid, trying to seal the wound. The Red Brethren ripped it wider. One Terminator planted a melter charge into a pulsing root mass and stepped aside as it detonated. The blast turned a section of flesh wall into a crater of cooked meat, revealing the manufactorum nave beyond, filled with hanging sacks and moving shadows. Tain entered first. Elsewhere, deeper in the lower city, Tyberos came down without impact. The teleport strike left frost on the dead. He appeared in the shattered nave of St. Cordaine's Basilica, with 5 Red Brethren around him. The church had been broken open from above. Its roof was gone. Its stained glass lay in glittering fragments across pools of acid. Tyranid capillaries climbed the columns and threaded through the ribs of crucified guardsmen pinned against the walls. The altar had become a mound of pulsing tissue, feeding on the bodies piled before it. Tyberos did not look at the dead. He walked forward. The honor guard spread around him, storm bolters barking in controlled bursts. A pack of termagants rose from behind the altar mound. They died before they finished turning. A lictor shape flickered across a broken arch, mantis limbs folded close, feeder tendrils tasting the air. Tyberos's helm moved by a fraction. 1 Red Brethren fired a combi melter. The arch became white heat. The lictor dropped in 2 burning pieces. Tyberos entered the killing zone as a winter tide enters a drowning city. No oath passed his lips, no challenge, no name of the Emperor. Hunger and slake unfolded from his gauntlets, with a growl of awakening power, barbed blades igniting in pale force fields, inner chain maws clattering into motion. He moved through the first brood of gaunts with heavy, exact steps. One sweep opened 3 bodies from skull to pelvis. Another crushed a warrior organism against a pillar and reduced its head to fragments. A ravener burst through the floor beneath him. He drove 1 claw down into its open mouth and tore upward, splitting the creature along the spine. His honor guard followed through the path he made, not protecting him so much as marking the edges of the disaster. The basilica wall exploded inward. A carnifex came through stone, saints, pipework, and bone. It was huge, broad as a bunker door, its carapace black and purple beneath layers of dust. Imperial shells had already scarred it. 1 eye was gone. A Lascanon wound glowed in its chest. None of it had slowed the beast. It hit the nearest Terminator with both crushing claws and slammed him into the floor hard enough to crack the nave. The second brother raised a thunderhammer, but the carnifex drove a tusked head into him and crushed him through the remains of a confessional shrine. A third fired point blank into its side until the beast turned and ripped him in half at the waist, Terminator plate shrieking as it parted, blood and amniotic fluid spilling over the tiles. Tyberos turned. The carnifex charged. The impact drove him backward through a column and into the base of the broken pulpit. Stone collapsed around him. His honor guard fired into the monster, but the carnifex ignored them, pinning Tyberos beneath its mass, claws grinding against his armor, tusks scraping sparks from his chest plate. Tyberos let it push. For 2 more steps the beast forced him through rubble. Then his boots locked into the broken floor. Servos howled. Hunger rose. The first blow split the carnifex skull crest from brow to jaw. The second punch drove Slake's talons into the creature's throat. The inner chain maw bit, caught, and screamed through the dense synaptic bundle buried beneath armor and muscle. Tyberos pulled. The carnifex convulsed. Its claws hammered against his shoulders, each strike powerful enough to flatten a mortal into paste. He pulled harder. The throat bundle came free in a wet coil of nerve matter, pipes, cartilage, and twitching alien tissue. The carnifex remained upright for a heartbeat, as if the hive mind had not yet accepted the insult. Tyberos drove Hunger through the split skull and tore the head apart. The body fell. He stepped over it and continued toward the digestion heart. The Tyranids changed. It began subtly, Termagants that had been firing flesh borers shifted to thicker ammunition organisms whose projectiles burst against Astartes' plate in sprays of corrosive slime. Devourers spat living grubs that tried to chew through seals and joints instead of striking the strongest armor. Warrior broods stopped advancing directly into assault cannon fire and began pressing from both flanks, forcing Terminators to turn and split their arcs. Gargoyles dived not at the Red Brethren, but at exposed Auspex relays, teleport beacons, and servo skulls marking advance routes. Lictors did not spring immediately. They watched, tasted, marked isolated warriors with pheromone sprays and withdrew. Then the zoanthropes arrived. They drifted above the digestion streets like obscene icons, skulls swollen with psychic force, bodies curled beneath them in useless vestigial mockery. Their presence bent the air. Mortal soldiers hundreds of meters away fell to their knees as blood poured from under rebreathers. Men vomited into their masks and drowned. Vox operators screamed about bells in their teeth. A priest reciting the litany of abjuration bit through his own tongue and continued chanting in blood. Even the Carcharodons felt it. Their armor systems flashed warnings. Autosenses ghosted. Target runes doubled. A Terminator of Tain's kill spear staggered as a lance of warp, charged pressure struck his helm and cracked the left lens. He corrected his footing, raised his Stormbolter, and fired until the Zoanthrope's shield flared bright enough to sear shadows into the walls. "Psychic beasts," Tain voxed. "Mark and burn." A combi melter answered. The first shot flattened against an invisible barrier. The second struck as an assault cannon raked the beast's lower body, and the shield flickered for the space of a breath. Tain's chain fist punched into the air beneath the floating horror, struck through the weakening field, and caught the creature's spine. He dragged it down and crushed its skull beneath one armored boot. The pressure eased, only a little. At the edge of the lower city, Colonel Joran Vael received new coordinates from the Nicor. He stood in the forward command chimera with the rear hatch open, one hand braced against the frame as the vehicle rolled through streets filled with refugees, stretcher bearers, ammunition carts, and retreating platoons. Above him, Hive Carthrax burned in layers. Behind him, the remnants of the 812th Carthan Siege Regiment were being forced from defensive positions into an advance no sane commander would have ordered. The order slate showed the route. Hab District Gath, Manufactorum Spur 19, St. Cordain's Fall, all marked as contested, all marked as overrun, all marked for pre-sighted artillery. Vael understood before the Vox officer said it. "They want the swarm drawn west," said Lieutenant Hahn, voice flat with horror. "Into the battery grids." Vael looked through the hatch at the men outside. Conscripts with dust-grey faces, veterans with bandaged heads and empty eyes, heavy weapon teams dragging Lascannons through ankle-deep ash, a squad of wounded men riding on the back of a Trojan carrier, one of them clutching a regimental banner burned down to its pole. Not an advance. Bait with bayonets. The Vox clicked. Tyberos' channel opened as a cold tone in Vail's ear. "Colonel, move your regiment into the marked district. Draw pressure from the digestion nexus. Kill synapse forms where exposed. Do not halt for casualties." Vail closed his eyes for a moment. Around him, the guns of Hive Carthrax spoke. Somewhere ahead, men were already dying. "My men are dying for your kill zone," he said. Static breathed. Then Tyberos answered. "Then make them die facing the correct direction." Vael opened his eyes. There was hatred in him then. Not the hot, useless kind that broke discipline, but something older and more disciplined. He hated the Tyranids for eating his world. He hated the Carcharodons for being right. He hated himself for knowing he would obey. He took the command vox. "All Carthan elements, this is Vail. Fix bayonets, flamers forward, heavy weapons by platoon. We advance to grid St. Cordain. Commissars will enforce momentum. Priests will walk behind the first rank. No wounded are to be abandoned with ammunition or pulse. Burn what cannot march. A captain on the line whispered, "Colonel, that district is gone." Vael looked west, where spore towers rose over the city like organs grown for a god of starvation. "Yes," he said, "we are going to remind it that men can still die usefully." The Carthans advanced. They went into the lower streets behind tanks that had already spent half their ammunition. Lehman Russ hulls ground over alien corpses, battle cannons firing at shapes moving behind smoke. Hellhounds crawled beside them and filled alleys with promethium. Infantry followed in ranks that broke and reformed every few minutes under gaunt assault. Commissars shot men who turned. Priests screamed hymns until spores stripped their throats raw. Conscripts fired at anything with too many limbs and kept firing after their officers were dragged away. The swarm came for them. At street level, the Carthans drowned in claws. Hormagaunts poured from hab entrances and ventilation shafts. Termagants fired from windows webbed with alien matter. Rippers flowed around boots and up trouser legs, entering armor through torn seals. Men stamped, screamed, fired down at their own feet. A platoon became a mound of thrashing bodies and then a bare patch of red bones. Vael ordered the mound burned. Above and within, the Carcharodon struck again. Teleport flares ignited inside the digestion nexus beneath St. Cordain's fall. Tain's killspear translated into a chamber the Tyranids had made from a manufactorum furnace hall. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was a membrane stretched over digestion vats. Human bodies floated beneath it in various stages of dissolution, their faces pressed up against the translucent tissue, as if trying to breathe through it. Capillary roots fed down through the walls and up through the ceiling, pumping biomass toward the towers above. Synapse beasts guarded the heart. Warriors stood in layered ranks. Tyrant guard organisms blocked the central artery with shielded carapaces and massive claws. Zoanthropes floated behind them, pulsing with psychic force. Smaller gaunts clung to the walls and ceiling, waiting to drop. Tain did not pause. Break the artery. The Red Brethren fired as one. Assault cannons shredded the wall broods. Heavy flamers washed the membrane floor in burning promethium until the faces beneath disappeared in boiling light. Chain fists met Tyrant Guard at arm's length. Thunder hammers struck with the sound of collapsing shrines. The chamber became a furnace of ichor, shell bursts, and psychic backlash. On the surface, Navy lance strikes came down. Lord Admiral Crone had brought his surviving cruisers into a suicidal low orbit, despite the feeder tendrils clawing at his screens. Through gaps in the spore canopy, lance batteries fired into Hive Carthrax's roof. White beams stabbed through cloud, tower, metal, and meat. Entire upper hab stacks vaporized. Capillary towers burst open and sprayed steaming biomass across kilometers of city. The hive roof glowed with wounds so bright they turned night into the color of molten bone. Still the towers pumped. Still the digestion heart fed. Tyberos reached the nexus from below. He came through a wall of living tissue and dead machinery, hunger and slake already wet. 2 red brethren remained with him. The rest of his honor guard lay somewhere behind, dead in the basilica ruins, in the feeder tunnels, beneath monsters that had been carved apart before they fell. A hive tyrant waited near the central artery. It stood taller than any warrior, crested, armored, its bone zords alive with venom and psychic force. Around it, lesser creatures moved with renewed speed. The tyrant's presence tightened the chamber. Every gaunt turned, every warrior adjusted, every gun symbiote lifted toward Tyberos. The Shade Lord did not quicken. The hive tyrant screamed through the minds of nearby mortals. On the surface, guardsmen dropped their weapons and clawed at their helmets. Vael fell against the side of his command chimera, blood running from his nose. He heard hunger without language, a mouth big enough to swallow his regiment. His world, his species. Then the Carcharodon Vox cut through it, low as deep water. Forward! Tyberos charged, not fast like a duelist, fast like a breach in a dam. The Hive Tyrant met him with all four limbs moving, bone zords striking in blurs that would have cut a lesser warrior into pieces. Tyberos took one strike on his shoulder, another across his chest plate. Armor cracked, warning runes flared. Hunger caught the third blade and wrenched it aside. Slake drove into the tyrant's abdomen. The chainmaw bit and churned. Alien fluid sprayed across his helm. The tyrant struck him again, driving one sword through the outer layer of his armor. Tyberos stepped into the wound, trapping the blade, and brought Hunger up under the creature's jaw. The relic talons punched through the skull. He did not pull back. He pushed deeper, lifted, and tore the head open from beneath. The synapse shock rolled through the chamber. Tane's kill spear felt it as a sudden slackening in the swarm's coordination. The Red Brethren exploited it without words. Chain fists tore through the central artery. Melter charges were planted into the pulsing walls. Heavy flamers flooded the roots. Thunder hammers smashed the nodal sacs until their contents poured across the floor in steaming ropes. "Charges set," Tane voxed. "Withdraw," Tyberos answered. "Detonation window." "Now." The digestion heart died in stages. First came the melter bursts, white and contained, turning node tissue into vapor. Then the promethium caught the vapors. Then the capillary pressure reversed. Biomass that had been pumping upward through the towers suddenly had nowhere to go. The arteries burst. Across Hive Cutthrax, towers split from base to crown, spraying half-rendered human remains, alien fluids and chemical fire into the sky. Digestion pools boiled over, spore chimneys collapsed in on themselves. Gaunt broods in the surrounding district convulsed as synapse control fractured. At street level, the Carthans were still dying. Vael saw the change and ordered every artillery battery to fire. The pre-sighted grids vanished beneath shells. The swarm drawn by his men disappeared under earth-shaker blasts, plasma detonations, promethium storms, and collapsing architecture. So did entire platoons of the 812th. Vael watched icons blink out across his tactical slate until the left side of the display became almost empty. He said nothing. There were no words fit for it. Above, the Navy. Lances carved one last burning wound through the hive roof before orbital spore clouds swallowed the firing line, and Krone's ships were forced to turn away under bioplasma assault. In the digestion nexus, Tyberos stood amid burning alien organs, while Tane's surviving Terminators formed around him. The chamber was ruined. The heart was ash and boiling nerve matter. The dead beneath the membrane floor had finally vanished. For several breaths, the swarm around St. Caudain's Fall lost its perfect unity and became merely monstrous. Then the Vox clicked with Magos Severian Gal's voice. The Magos sounded almost pleased. Biological output reduced, local digestion capacity impaired, synapse relay destroyed. Tissue samples suggest rapid adaptive reinforcement prior to termination. Addendum: this structure was not primary synapse command. It was not central fleet cognition. It was a feeding organ, one among many. Tane turned his helm toward Tyberos. Gal continued, his voice carrying wet static and machine clicks. Leviathan Ropalon adjusted internal node priority during the assault. It permitted loss of the organ after extracting tactical data. Combat hypothesis confirmed. The swarm is measuring Carcharodon strike doctrine. It is learning where the hunters bite. Tyberos looked up through the ruptured ceiling of the Nexus. Beyond the burning hive roof, beyond the spore clouds and lance scars, the void was full of living ships. Hunger and Slake idled at his sides, their chainmaws chewing the last scraps of alien nerve tissue from their teeth. "Then we bite deeper," he said. The Imperium tried to understand the hunger by reducing it to marks on glass. In the strategium of the Nicor, in the command pits of dying cruisers, in the fire-lit bunkers beneath Nathrane 9, The Tyranid invasion became a lattice of symbols, estimates, kill counts, biomass flows, and synapse probabilities. Mortal minds required shape, cogitators required numbers, admirals required vectors, colonels required distances, inquisitors required classifications that could be sealed, forbidden, or burned. The hive mind required none of these things. It felt, not as men felt, not with grief, rage, pride, or malice. It felt impact, loss, pressure, nutrition, resistance, heat, weapon pattern, prey density, neural disruption. It felt the death of the digestion heart beneath hive Carthrax as a flash through 1 trillion nerves. It felt the manner of the wound, heavy armor, sudden insertion, concentrated strike, synapse prioritization, flame, melter, chainblade, power field, withdrawal before full encirclement, stimulus, response, adaptation. Across Nathrane 9, the swarm changed. The first waves had been oceans of claws hurled against guns, endless and effective because the Imperium was fat with bodies and fixed positions. But the death of the digestion heart taught the greater hunger that simple pressure invited the grey predators from the void. The prey warriors in ancient plate did not defend populations. They did not cling to walls. They cut organs. They struck where feeding was most efficient. They severed control and departed before the lesser swarms could drown them. So the swarms ceased offering organs openly. Capillary towers thickened their bases. Digestion pools shifted beneath collapsed hab levels. Synapse beasts drew away from visible roots and began pulsing commands through redundant relays. Warrior organisms no longer stood tall among the gaunts unless bait was required. Zoanthropes drifted behind layers of meat shields. Lictors moved ahead of every pressure point, tasting the air for ceramite, oil, gene seed, and the chemical silence of carcharodons. Beneath the city, burrowers turned. Raveners flowed through sewer arteries and foundation cracks. Their claws scraped against pipes that had carried human waste for centuries, and where the pipes narrowed, they broke the stone around them and made new passages through corpses and rockcrete. Trigons followed deeper, living siege engines with serpentine bodies and scything limbs, their passage shaking dust from bunker ceilings far above. Morlocks went lower still, sensing vibration, electrical activity, blood heat, and the gathered command pheromones of prey. They did not hate command bunkers. They learned that command bunkers mattered. General Bastion Command died without seeing the enemy. It lay beneath 9 meters of reinforced ferrocrete, void, hardened, plating and sanctified girders. Its doors bore the seal of the Departamento Munitorum. Its walls were hung with regimental colors from campaigns whose veterans were long dead. The central chamber contained staff officers, voxmasters, artillery savants, servo skull relays, parchment scribes, and a tactical hololith large enough to project the entire western theatre of Hive Carthrax. Lord General Marvek Bastion was arguing with Colonel Vale over an unstable channel when the floor opened. There was no preliminary tremor large enough to matter, no warning rune that meant anything before it was too late. One moment, the general stood on the command dais with one hand raised, demanding that the 812th retake a trench line that no longer existed. The next, the dais bulged upward as if something beneath it had inhaled. Then the Morlock came through. The beast erupted in a convulsion of teeth, stone, and impossible force. The command dais vanished into its mouth. Bastion, 3 aides, 2 voxcasters, a servo skull cluster, and half the tactical map went with it. The creature's jaws closed on men, brass railings, pick projectors, and blessed stone. Its ascent crushed the chamber outward. Officers were flung against the walls. Scribes disappeared beneath falling slabs. A commissar drew his bolt pistol and fired once before a secondary jaw unfolded from the Morlock's throat and bit him in half. The hololith flickered, projecting phantom regiments across the beast's hide. Then the Morlock plunged down again, dragging the dead and the dying into the hole beneath the command room. Raveners followed in the wound it left. They poured into the bunker and turned the command staff into meat in less time than it took the emergency sirens to complete their first wail. General Bastion Command transmitted nothing after that, except static, chewing, and one broken prayer to the throne. The swarm struck elsewhere with the same cold precision. Medicae stations were overrun before ammunition depots. Corpse processing yards were seized before Prometheum reserves. Water purification shrines were poisoned, ruptured, or filled with rippers. Refugee columns that had not yet reached the hive gates were not merely attacked, but split apart, driven into blind alleys and low districts where digestion pools had already begun to form. Panic made bodies inefficient at defense. Panic made men trample their own wounded, abandon weapons, clog roads, and tear down barricades from the wrong side. The hive mind did not understand terror as humans understood it. It understood the harvest produced by terror. At Field Basilica Verdun, 3,000 wounded guardsmen lay on stretchers beneath stained glass images of martyrs. The stained glass burst inward under the weight of gargoyles. They descended in clouds, living guns firing into beds, aisles, and confession booths. Medici servitors continued repeating triage codes, while rippers climbed their frames and ate the flesh from their organic components. A preacher raised a chainsword from beside the altar and managed to cut down 2 gaunts before a warrior organism drove a bone sword through his ribs and pinned him to the pulpit. His final sermon ended with his congregation being dragged alive into the plaza outside, where the stone had softened into a feeding pit. At Reservoir 9, the water turned pink, then black, then began moving against gravity as capillary roots drank upward through cracked pipes. Men fought for canteens. Commissars shot them. Priests blessed the empty tanks. Lictors watched from the rafters and marked the officers who kept order, because order made prey harder to process. Everywhere the hunger learned which human structures kept humans useful to themselves. Everywhere it broke them. In orbit, Lord Admiral Hestian Crone launched his counterstroke. He had no time for elegance. Battle Fleet Nathrain was already bleeding atmosphere, fire, and men into the void. The valorous Decree led the formation, with its prow shields flickering under spore impacts. 2 Lunar-class cruisers followed at staggered range. The Dictator-class carrier St. Halbrecht limped behind them, its launch bays still functioning despite acid burns along its starboard flank. Cobra destroyers ran ahead like knives thrown at a god. "Bomber wings loose," Crone ordered. "Macro batteries to broadside rhythm. Plasma torpedoes by squadron. Do not seek clean targets. There are none." His officers repeated the orders with voices made flat by exhaustion. The Imperial Navy answered the living, dark with all the fury of mankind's oldest machinery. Macro cannons fired in ranks, hurling shells the size of hab blocks into swollen bioships. Lance batteries drew white lines across the void and cut steaming trenches through alien hide. Plasma torpedoes burned like captive suns, punching into spore clouds and detonating within the mass of the swarm. Starhawk bomber wings dived through flak spores and living mine clusters, releasing payloads into the soft underbellies of feeder organisms before being swallowed by clouds of winged horrors. For a moment, the counterattack broke open the Tyranid advance. A bioship convulsed as its ventral sacs burst. A cluster of lesser organisms died in one plasma bloom, their bodies folding inward as the void froze their fluids. The destroyer Spear of Luthien drove close enough to launch a full torpedo, spread into a tendril mass, before feeder claws caught its stern and tore it apart. Then the bioships deployed their screens. Spore clouds thickened into mobile walls, absorbing Auspex returns, eating torpedo guidance, corroding attack craft canopies, and smothering void shield harmonics. Kraken-like feeder tendrils uncoiled from the largest ships, longer than city districts, their surfaces studded with gripping hooks and sensory pits. They lashed through the formations, not randomly, but at damaged vessels first. The Tyranids had learned the scent of weakness in void warfare, as surely as they had learned the scent of command beneath stone. Living boarding cysts drifted in the wake of the spore screens. Many were destroyed by point defense. Some were not. The St. Halbrecht took 9 along its starboard flank. They hit without explosion. They adhered. They burrowed. Inside the carrier, the chapel bells began ringing before the first breach alarm sounded. Men looked upward as something wet scraped along the outer hull. The gun crews kept firing until the deck beneath them flexed. Then the walls opened. Genestealers entered through the wound. They came fast, low and terrible, 4 armed shadows unfolding from steam and torn plating. Their claws cut through naval flak armor as if through wet parchment. The first gun deck fell in moments. Ratings died at their stations, hands still locked around shell hoists and loading levers. Armsmen squads formed at the hatchways with shotguns, flamers and boarding axes, chanting the shipboard litany of repulsion, while the things came at them along the ceiling. "Hold the blessed line!" shouted Master at Arms Corvenhale. "Shotguns brace! Flame on my mark! The Emperor watches every threshold!" The Genestealers hit before the mark. Shotguns thundered. Flamers washed corridors in orange light. Boarding axes rose and fell. Men screamed as claws opened them from collar to groin. One Genestealer took a shotgun blast to the face and still killed 3 armsmen before Hale drove a power axe into its skull. Acidic blood sprayed across his visor, blinding him in one eye. He kept fighting. Deck by deck, the St. Halbrecht became a slaughterhouse. In the chapel corridor, Confessor Jorvan Arct stood before the sealed reliquary with a rosarius glowing against his chest and a chainsword clutched in both hands. Behind him, Ratings too wounded to fight whispered prayers. Ahead, Genestealers moved through incense smoke beneath statues of saints. "Abhor the alien," Arct cried. "Despise the devourer. Let no claw pass while one soul yet holds breath." For 3 minutes, the corridor held. The confessor fought like a man already dead. His chainsword bit into one alien's shoulder, jammed, and tore free in a spray of ichor. His rosarius flared under a claw strike that would have removed his head. He drove a boot into the creature's chest and screamed hymns in its face. Then the field failed. A Genestealer's talon passed through his throat and out the back of his neck. Blood sheeted down his vestments. He kept trying to chant, but what came out was a wet gargle shaped around holy words. The alien lifted him from the deck and tore him open against the reliquary doors. The Ratings behind him began firing pistols into the dark until the dark reached them. On the bridge of the Valorous Decree, Crone watched the St. Halbrecht's internal runes turn red one by one. Its launch bays were compromised, its starboard gun decks were gone. Chapel decks contested, enginarium sealed, ammunition vaults threatened. He opened a channel to the Nikkor. "Chapter Master," he said, "the St. Halbrecht is under full boarding assault. I request immediate Astartes intervention. Your teleportarium could cut the infestation before it reaches the plasma drives." Tyberos's voice came back as a whisper wrapped in static. "Negative." Crone stared at the Vox grill. "Repeat your last." "Negative." "There are 20,000 crewmen aboard that carrier. Status of ammunition vaults." Crone's knuckles whitened on the command rail. "Compromised within minutes. Plasma drive integrity. Stable. For now. Order detonation when the boarders reach the vaults." The bridge officers heard it. None moved. Crone turned away from the Vox and looked through the armored viewport. The St. Halbrecht burned beneath a crawling skin of alien growth. Escape craft were launching from its port side. Half were being caught by feeder tendrils before they cleared the shadow of the hull. The carrier's guns still fired, though irregularly now, each broadside less disciplined than the last. Men were alive aboard her, men who had served under him for years, men whose names were written in the fleet rolls beneath seals of oath and sacrifice. He opened the channel again. "I will not murder a loyal carrier while she still fights," Tyberos answered after a long silence. "How many organisms will their bodies feed?" Crone closed his eyes. The bridge of the valorous decree shook under another distant impact. Somewhere below, damaged crews were burning alive in a sealed compartment because venting it would save the lance batteries. Crone had given that order himself an hour before. He opened his eyes. "Saint Halbrecht, this is Lord Admiral Crone." The carrier's captain responded through a storm of interference. Captain Ulbrecht's voice was ragged but controlled. Gunfire sounded behind him. Something shrieked over the channel. "My lord." "Status." "Bridge sealed. Enginarium reports Xenos at the secondary vault corridor. Chapel decks lost. Launch bays dead. We are still in the fight." Crone swallowed. "Captain Ulbrecht, by authority of Battlefleet Nathrain, you are ordered to overload your plasma drives when the Xenos reach the primary ammunition vaults. You will hold position until detonation." There was no answer for several seconds. Then Ulbrecht laughed once, softly. "Understood, my lord. Your service is recorded. My service is his." The channel shifted. In the background, Crone heard Ulbrecht giving orders. Calm orders. Faithful orders. The kind of orders men gave when they knew obedience had become a coffin. The St. Halbrecht turned into the swarm. Its remaining engines burned hard. Feeder tendrils wrapped around its damaged flank. Bioships closed, drawn by heat, blood, metal, and the vast concentration of bodies trapped inside. Boarding organisms struck again. The carrier's port batteries fired one final broadside at point-blank range, blasting chunks of flesh from the nearest feeder beast. Then its plasma drives went critical. The explosion was not clean. It began inside the ship, a white glow swelling through cracks, gun ports, launch bays, and wounds. For a heartbeat, the St. Halbrecht became a reliquary of light. Every deck, every chapel, every corridor, every man and every alien aboard was outlined in fire. Then the carrier came apart. Plasma swallowed it from within and expanded into the surrounding bioships. The feeder tendrils holding it became conduits for annihilation. Fire raced along them and into the bodies that had claimed it. A cluster of Tyranid organisms convulsed, ruptured, and burst across the void in expanding clouds of frozen ichor and burning gas. The shockwave struck the valorous decree hard enough to throw officers from their stations. When the light faded, the St. Halbrecht was gone. So were the feeder ships around it. On the Strategium hololith aboard the Nikor, the result was undeniable. A gap opened in the Tyranid pattern. Not victory, not salvation, a wound, a forced movement, a measurable reduction in feeding pressure along one vector. Tyberos watched without expression. Crone's image appeared beside the projection, pale and shaking with fury he could not afford to spend. "Your method works," the Admiral said. "Yes," said Tyberos. "That does not make it righteous." "Righteousness is not a void tactic." Inquisitor Voss stood nearby, silent for once. Magos Gal's mechadendrites trembled as he recorded biodispersal patterns from the detonation. Colonel Vile's hollow image flickered in and out from the surface, where his regiment continued dying in streets that were no longer on any official map. Every commander in the War Council understood then. The Red Wake had not come to save Nathrain 9. It had come to make the Tyranids pay more flesh than they gained. It had come to starve a god by feeding it poison, fire, and loyal men at the correct moments. It had come with a cruelty shaped like strategy. Being allied with Tyberos was not mercy. It was merely a different set of jaws closing on the same battlefield. On the outer skin of the Nikor, where void frost clung to armor plates older than most imperial dynasties, something moved. The first lictor had reached the hull inside a cluster of dead boarding cysts and frozen spore matter. It had not come by accident. It had ridden the debris wake of a destroyed escort, limbs folded tight, metabolism slowed until even the Nikor's Auspex spirits dismissed it as cooling organic refuse. When it touched the battle barge, hooked talons found seams too small for mortal tools. Chameleonic flesh adjusted to match the void grey plating. Feeder tendrils tasted oil, salt, old blood, and ceramite dust. 2 more emerged from the debris field. Then 4. They did not seek the bridge. They did not seek the enginarium. They did not even seek Tyberos, whose scent the hive mind had already marked as danger beyond efficient expenditure. They moved toward the outer reliquary decks, toward the places where Carcharodon dead were carried after battle, toward the apothecarian vaults, toward the gene seed shrines guarded by silence, iron and oath-bound killers. In the dark between armor plates, the lictor brood crept inward. The hive mind did not desire revenge. It desired taste. It desired the secret of the grey predators who bit its feeding organs and vanished before the jaws could close. Far beyond Nathrane 9, hidden in the mass of the living fleet, the Norn vessel waited. Through synapse, through pheromone, through stolen flesh memory and chemical ghost, the first trace of Carcharodon gene seed began its journey back into the hunger. Tyberos ordered the Nathrane veil burned by degrees. The order did not come as wrath. It came as geometry. In the strategium of the Nikor, the dying system revolved above the hololithic table in layers of red, amber, and void black. Nathrane 9 bled beneath its own clouds. Davon's Rest had gone silent. The refinery belts flickered with distress runes. Penal moon bastions still transmitted prayers, ammunition counts, and contradictory claims of victory, though the Auspex showed capillary growth across their equatorial trenches. Agri spheres that had fed 3 subsectors glowed with spore contamination. Ocean moons had begun to change color as the first Tyranid blooms entered their seas. Tyberos watched the currents. Every world was not a world to him in that hour. It was mass, heat, water, protein, metals, defensible terrain, feeding opportunity, bait, poison, ash. Lord Admiral Crone stood beside the projection, uniform blackened from bridge fires, one side of his face bandaged where glass had cut him during the St. Halbrecht's death. Inquisitor Malrek Voss stood opposite him, his rosette bright against the darkness, his expression carved into disgust that had no tactical outlet. Magos Biologis, Severian Gal, hung behind the table in his suspensor cradle, mechadendrites weaving through the light as he overlaid Tyranid consumption projections with cold machine patience. Colonel Joran Vile's image shivered above a secondary altar. The link from Nathrane 9 was degraded almost beyond use. His voice came through as gravel and static. Behind him, artillery still spoke. Somewhere near his command post, wounded men were coughing through rebreathers as spores ate at their lungs. Tyberos raised one clawed hand and marked a ring through the system. The cordon begins here. Red runes ignited around the outer bodies of the Nathrane veil. Crone stared at the pattern. That is half the system. It is the half already being eaten. Voss leaned forward. Limited exterminatus sanction may be granted for moons. Certified as irrecoverable. Penal outposts, dead agri-stations, naval wreckage fields. I will not authorize planetary death where loyal resistance continues. Tyberos did not look at him. You will authorize what prevents sector loss. I am the Emperor's appointed hand here. Tyberos turned then, slowly. Hunger and Slake hung at his sides, their chained housings quiet after the slaughter beneath Hive Carthrax. His helm lenses were red points in the gloom. Then close your hand. The words carried no anger. That made them worse. Voss held the stare. A lesser man would have reached for his authority, his seal, his threats. Voss had lived too long among Xenos wars to mistake pride for leverage. He looked back to the hololith and saw the same thing Tyberos saw, though his soul recoiled from accepting it. Leviathan Ropalon was not invading as an army invaded. It was feeding along pressure gradients. Every refugee fleet, every field hospital, every living trench, every untouched ocean, every grain store and corpse pile bent the swarm's path. The Tyranids did not need victory. They needed nourishment. Cyclonic warheads remain under inquisitorial seal, Voss said. Break the seals. Some of those worlds still answer the throne. Then they can answer in fire. Crone slammed a fist onto the table. The hololith trembled. There are guard formations still fighting on Marrow Deep, penal legions on Graven's Moon, shrine militias on the Ardent Belt, hive workers sealed in the lower districts of Nathrane 9. You speak of them as Prometheum. Tyberos's voice lowered until it was almost swallowed by the throb of the ship. Prometheum has purpose. No one spoke for several breaths. The cordon expanded in the light between them. Ruined worlds, burning moons, poisoned oceans, irradiated agrispheres. A ring of denial to starve a living fleet and push it inward toward a prepared killing ground. Magos Gal's lenses clicked in sequence. Projected result: easy biomass acquisition reduced across outer system. Hive fleet tendril will adjust toward remaining high-density reserves. Probability of consolidation increases. Probability of central synapse vessel exposure increases. Probability of Imperial survival within cordon decreases to negligible. Negligible, Crone repeated. That is what your kind calls men when you do not wish to hear them die. Gal's vocal grill rasped. Correction. I hear them die with excellent clarity. Vael's broken image flickered. His face was grey beneath soot and blood. What are my orders? Tyberos gestured. New runes moved across Nathrane 9, stripping away most of the 812th Carthan siege regiment's remaining positions. The withdrawal route glowed thin and cruel. Command staff, artillery cogitators, surviving munitions savants, withdraw east through the Cordain transit artery. Leave wounded formations in the western districts. Maintain false Vox traffic from static positions. Burn corpse concentrations. Lure swarm pressure into the Prometheum basins beneath Habgath and Manufactorum Spur 19. Vile's eyes did not move from the display. My wounded regiments are to remain behind and pretend to be alive. They are alive. For how long? Long enough? The colonel laughed once. It was not amusement. It was the sound of something breaking in a disciplined place. I have men without legs still loading basilisks. Men blind from spore rot, calling ranges by memory. Boys carrying charge packs because their fathers died with the first line. You want them left behind with voxcasters and ammunition crates so the Tyranids hear a meal and walk into your fire. Yes. Crone looked away. Voss did not. Vael's jaw tightened. I will withdraw my staff and cogitators. Good. I will not leave all my men. Tyberos stared at the wavering image. You mistake command for companionship. No, Vael said. I know the difference. That is why I am staying with the rearguard. The strategium was silent, except for the murmur of machinery. Tyberos inclined his helm by the smallest degree, as if confirming the placement of a mine. Then die with utility. Vael's face hardened. I intend to. The order passed into the system like a knife into meat. Across the Nathrane Vale, seals were broken. On Graven's Moon, Penal Sow, legionnaires in rusted flak armor received the news from a preacher whose voice trembled despite the shock maul in his hand. The Moon's trenches had already filled with gaunts. Their explosive collars blinked red beneath their helmets. They were told they would hold the primary basin until the cyclonic strike began, then continue firing until impact. Some laughed, some prayed. Some tried to run and were shot by their own wardens. Most simply checked their laser guns and looked toward the horizon, where the Tyranid swarm came on like a moving continent of teeth. On the agrisphere of Vordain Secundus, oceans of grain were sprayed with rad toxins and alchemical defoliants, while harvest serfs still worked the fields under gunpoint. The sky above them was thick with spore rain. When the first mycetic impacts began, overseers set fire to the grain sea. The flames ran faster than men could flee. Those who reached the irrigation canals found the water already black with Tyranid organisms. On the ocean moon, Pelagos Tertius, Mechanicus Adepts, opened the poison vaults. Algae seas that had once fed billions curdled beneath clouds of chemical death. Tyranid feeder organisms descended into the waves and surfaced convulsing, their mouths full of rot. The swarm marked the water as waste and moved on. The human workers in the submerged domes received no evacuation. Their last transmission was a hymn sung through failing air scrubbers, while acid leaks ate through the walls. On Nathrane 9, Colonel Vale gathered his rearguard. He did not tell them they had been chosen to die. They already knew. Guardsmen always knew, even when officers wrapped death in parchment and stamped it with wax. The western command yard lay beneath a sky the color of infected flesh. Basilisk batteries sat half buried in ash, their barrels black from overuse. Earthshaker crews worked in silence, passing shells with burned hands. Medici servitors dragged themselves between rows of wounded men and administered stimulants to those still capable of pulling triggers. Priests moved down the lines, pressing aquilus to lips, helmets, and empty sleeves. Vael climbed onto the hull of a wrecked chimera. "Soldiers of Carthan," he said over the local vox, "the enemy believes us meat. The enemy believes the dead belong to it. The enemy believes hunger is command. We will instruct it otherwise." Men looked up. Some were too tired to stand. Some had already tied tourniquets around limbs gone black from spores. A gunner with one eye raised his fist. Another began laughing and could not stop. Vael pointed west, toward the Promethean basins hidden beneath the ruins. "We will speak on every channel. We will make them hear us. We will fire until the guns split. We will burn our dead before the rippers reach them. When the swarm comes, we will not ask if we are saved. We will ask how many follow us into the flame." A priest began the response. "The Emperor protects." The line answered, ragged but growing. "The Emperor protects." Vael lowered his voice, though the vox caught it. "He also spends." Then the swarm came again. The false traffic began. Voxcasters blared phantom orders from empty hab towers. Servo skulls dragged regimental banners through smoke. Wounded men fired laser guns from windows pre-marked for artillery. Promethean pumps groaned beneath the streets, filling underground basins and transit vaults with fuel. The Tyranids answered the noise. They came in waves, but no longer mindless waves. Hive crones descended from the clouds, their wings ragged and vast, spitting streams of corrosive filth across fuel convoys moving east. Harpies shrieked overhead and dropped spore mines into retreat columns, tearing holes in packed infantry formations and scattering the survivors into gaunt packs waiting between ruins. Zoanthropes floated around the rebuilt capillary towers, shielding them with psychic barriers that turned battle cannon shells aside in flares of pale force. Then the Tyrannofexes began firing. They emerged beyond the range Vael's officers had considered practical for ground monsters. Heavy bodies braced amid the rubble, weapon organisms swollen along their forelimbs. The first living projectile struck a bane blade named St. Drusus's Wrath and punched through the super heavy's frontal armor in a spray of molten ceramite, flesh, and machine oil. The tank continued forward for 3 meters, then detonated as its ammunition cooked off. A second Tyrannofex killed a shadow sword at such distance that the crew died before they knew what had sighted them. A third fired into a fortress wall and opened a breach wide enough for gaunts to spill through in their thousands. Vael saw the pattern on his slate and felt cold settle under his ribs. "They are killing the guns that can kill their big beasts," Lieutenant Hahn said. "They learned," Vael replied. He raised the command vox. "All batteries, shift to pattern St. Vos. Ignore the gaunts, break the heavy organisms, basin cruise, hold ignition until my mark. A shell exploded near the command yard and threw men in pieces across the Chimera hull. Vael wiped blood from his face and kept speaking. While Nathrane 9 burned, the Carcharodons struck Golgoth Flame. The orbital refinery had once circled Nathrane 9 as a crown of industrial light, a vast complex of fuel tanks, plasma reserves, docking spines and reactor shrines. Now it drifted half-dark, its crew mostly dead, its corridors painted with claw marks and devotional warnings written in blood. Genestealers had taken the inner transit rings. Cult saboteurs had died opening the station to them. The Tyranid fleet had begun turning feeder organisms toward the refinery's remaining plasma stores. Tyberos wanted the station alive, only long enough to become a weapon. Boarding torpedoes launched from the Nikor and struck Golgoth Flame along its ventral armor. Teleport flares burst in the reactor chapels. Carcharodons came through with storm bolters raised, boots landing in corridors slick with human blood and alien slime. Reaper Prime Tain led the assault at the central spine, Chainfist chewing through a sealed hatch while Genestealers hammered at the far side. The hatch opened. The corridor beyond became slaughter. Genestealers came along walls, ceiling and deck, claws flashing in emergency lumen light. The Red Brethren met them without retreat. Storm bolters cracked. Heavy flamers filled the passage with burning promethium. Tain caught the first alien that reached him and crushed its skull against the hatch frame, then drove his chain fist into the second and tore it apart from shoulder to hip. A Terminator beside him lost an arm to a claw strike, stepped forward and used his remaining fist to hold the creature in place while another brother fired a combi melter through both of them. In the Plasma Reserve Cathedral, Tech Marine Artavane interfaced with the refinery's wounded machine spirit. The altar fought him, screaming binary pain through sparking cables. Its servitors had been gutted and hung from their own data lines. Alien growth had entered the coolant veins. Artavane drove mechadendrites into the command sockets and forced the machine awake. "Obey," he said. The refinery groaned. "Obey and burn." The plasma reserves began to rise. Outside, Tyranid feeder bioships closed around Golgoth Flame. They sensed heat, fuel, bodies, a wounded station rich with resources. Their tendrils extended, tasting the void. Tyberos stood in the refinery's outer chapel as the withdrawal rune flashed across his helm display. "Translation!" he ordered. The Carcharodons vanished in cold light. Golgoth Flame detonated moments later. The station became a second sun above Nathrane 9. Plasma fire swallowed the refinery, then reached outward into the cluster of feeder organisms drawing close to consume it. The first bioship ruptured along its belly. The second tried to fold away and was caught by the expanding bloom. Lesser organisms ignited like drifting fat. For a few precious minutes, the ring above Nathrane 9 was clear enough for Krone's surviving ships to fire through. On the Nikor, Magos Gal overlaid the detonation with synapse readings. His mechadendrites froze. "There," he said. Tyberos turned. The Magos expanded a faint pulse, buried beneath the shadow in the warp. It repeated beneath the noise of death, beneath the screams of astropaths, beneath spore interference, beneath the psychic pressure that made men dream of teeth. Pulse, silence, pulse, silence, pulse. "Not local synapse," Gal said. "Not planetary, not ship-grade relay in isolation. Pattern repeats across digestion response, void movement, heavy organism adaptation and boarding behavior. Central coordination probable. Vast cognition node. Norn vessel classification likely." Voss stepped closer. "You can locate it." "Imperfectly. It hides within massed bioship signatures and psychic saturation. But it commands through rhythm. The tendril bends around it." Krone's eyes flicked to Tyberos. "The heart of the tendril." Tyberos watched the pulse repeat. "No," he said. "The throat." The chamber listened. The hunger speaks through it. The swarm feeds through it. We do not win by saving Nathrain. We do not win by counting gaunts. We make it open. We make it descend. We make it commit. Voss's face was grave. At what cost? Tyberos looked at the burning system. All costs already exist. We choose where they fall. He touched the pulsing mark and named it. The throat of Leviathan. The name spread through the command channels like a death sentence. Every sacrifice from that moment acquired a single purpose. The penal moons would burn to deny the swarm easy feeding. The agri-spheres would be poisoned. The oceans would be ruined. The guard would hold positions already written off. The navy would bleed ships into pursuit vectors. The Mechanicus would listen to the pulse beneath the shadow. The Carcharodons would strike the organs that mattered and ignore the screams that did not alter the hunt. Across Nathrain 9, Vael gave the ignition order. The Prometheum basins beneath Hab Gath and Manufactorum Spur 19 lit together. Streets lifted. Towers broke. The swarm that had followed the false Vox traffic vanished in a continent of fire. Guardsmen vanished with it. Vael was thrown from the Chimera hull and landed among bodies and burning ash. He could not hear for several minutes. When he rose, half the western district was a furnace, and his rearguard was gone from the tactical slate. He looked at the fire. He felt every icon that had gone dark. Then he ordered the remaining guns to continue firing. Beyond the planet, the ash cordon ignited. Cyclonic warheads fell upon moons whose defenders were still broadcasting defiance. Lance batteries scoured orbital farms. Plasma detonations tore through refinery belts. Rad storms rolled over grain worlds. Oceans curdled. Void habitats opened to vacuum. Penal bastions became white flashes on distant rocks. Shrine domes collapsed beneath firestorms, while their bells rang until the air was gone. Billions died in flame, vacuum, acid, and holy bombardment. The Tyranid fleet turned. Leviathan Ropalon recoiled from poison, ash, and emptiness. It flowed around the burning cordon, abandoning dead food, ruined seas, and irradiated harvest worlds. Its vast bodies shifted through the void with awful grace, following the greatest remaining concentration of heat, industry, water, metal, and life. At the inner edge of the Nathrain Vale, the fortress forge world, Mordax Secundus, lit its orbital guns and waited beneath a sky of black iron. Tyberos watched the swarm begin to move toward it. Hunger and Slake hung silent at his sides. "The prey turns," said Reaper Prime Tane. Tyberos did not look away from the throat's hidden pulse. "No," he whispered, "it comes to feed." The hive ship bled when the boarding torpedoes struck it. It did not rupture like a vessel of steel. It convulsed. Its flanks shuddered beneath layers of chitin, muscle, frozen mucus and armor, grown from the minerals of eaten worlds. The torpedoes from the Nicor punched into it in a ragged line, their adamantium noses driving through living hide before detonating within the flesh beneath. Great wounds opened across the alien hull. Fluids vented into the void in thick ropes that froze as they spilled. Nerve clusters flashed with pale lightning. The thing twisted against the darkness, not in pain as men understood pain, but in vast biological alarm. The Carcharodons entered through the wounds. Teleport flares burst inside the ruptured meat of the ship, cold white fire blooming amid black blood and torn membranes. Melter charges cut open sphincter gates that clenched and writhed around the breaches, their muscular rings trying to seal against intrusion. Boarding claws bit into bone ridges. Torpedo hatches slammed down. Kill servitors lurched forward first, their minds burned clean, their bodies loaded with rad charges, melter bombs, and sealed canisters of phosphex. Behind them came the Red Brethren. 30 Terminators entered the living cathedral. Reaper Prime Corvid Tane led the first file, Chainfist growling, Stormbolter raised. Behind him came brothers, carrying thunderhammers, assault cannons, heavy flamers, and combi melters. Their armor was already slick with alien fluid before the last of them cleared the torpedo breach. 2 dreadnoughts followed, ancient warriors entombed in walking sarcophagi of adamantium and ceramite. Brother Asterian Cord stamped into the ship with a multi-melter mounted beneath one arm and a power claw large enough to crush a battle tank's turret. Beside him came Brother Halvorn Skell, his assault cannon rotating in short bursts as his sarcophagus sensors adjusted to the obscene pressure of the place. Last came Tyberos. He stepped from the teleport flare without haste. Hunger and Slake rested at his sides, their chains wet where alien fluids had already touched them. His ancient armor exhaled vapor into the warm darkness. The hive ship seemed to close around him, as if the walls themselves had noticed a deeper predator enter the wound. The interior was not a corridor network, it was anatomy. Vaults of muscle rose above them, layered and pulsing, crossed by chitin ribs thick as fortress arches. Veins as wide as transit tunnels crawled through the walls, carrying slurry, spores, and nerve signals. Pools of digestive fluid ran in channels beneath membranes stretched like translucent skin. Through them floated fragments of ships, broken armor, human bones, half-dissolved servitors, and the white remains of chapel statues consumed from some previous world. Nerve webs hung from the ceiling in luminous strands. Spawning chambers opened along the route like obscene chapels, each one lined with sacks that twitched as the invaders passed. The walls bled continuously. Droplets fell upward. At first, Tane's helm spirits rejected the reading. Acid rain was rising from organ vents in the floor, drawn by cilia and pressure sacs toward filtration ducts in the ceiling. It struck the underside of Terminator pauldrons and hissed against ceramite. A kill servitor lost half its face to the upward rain and continued walking until a red brethren brother shoved it aside and marked the vent with a melter burst. "Formation deep," Tane voxed. "No gaps, no mortal pace." Tyberos's answer came through the command channel. "Cut for the synapse flare." They advanced. The hive ship resisted without hands. Corridors clenched shut as they entered them, muscular walls tightening with enough force to crush mortal boarding teams into paste. Chain fists opened the passages again. Membranes sealed around legs and tried to drag warriors into digestion trenches. Heavy flamers burned them back. The floor softened under dreadnought weight, then hardened into ridged bone when the ship learned that yielding would not trap them. Organ vents released clouds of spores that glittered in Auspec's vision and tried to grow in armor joints. The Carcharodons answered with rad wash, flame, and silence. Then the gaunts were born in their path. A spawning chamber ahead split open in a chain of wet detonations. Sacs burst one after another, vomiting hormagaunts and termagants directly into the passage, their bodies slick with amniotic fluids, talons unfolding while they were still falling. Some were not fully formed. Their faces were soft, their limbs twisted, their weapon symbiotes still fused to birth membranes. They came anyway. Instinct did not require completion. Assault cannons spoke. The passage became a storm of meat. Heavy shells shredded newborn broods before their claws struck the deck. Heavy flamers washed the chamber in fire, turning sacks into screaming blisters. Termagants fired as they died, their living weapons spitting beetles that burst against Terminator plate, or crawled under damaged seals. One red brethren brother tore a flesh-borer grub from his neck joint and crushed it between armored fingers before it found soft tissue. Brother Asterian Cord laughed over the dreadnought vox. It was a broken sound, deep and metallic, with the memory of lungs buried beneath static. "More," he growled. "The tomb is awake. Send me more." The ship obeyed. Raveners erupted from the floor beneath him, serpentine bodies coiling around his legs, talons shrieking against his adamantium sarcophagus. Genestealers came from the ceiling, 4 armed shadows dropping onto his hull. Cord swung his power claw and crushed one into the wall. His multi-melter fired at point-blank range, burning a Ravener in half and punching a wound through the chamber behind it. More. came. They climbed him like carrion beasts on a shrine statue, claws cutting cabling, opening armor seams, peeling away plating blessed before any mortal aboard Nathrain had been born. "Brother Cord," Tain voxed. "Brace. We cut toward you." "Negative," Cord answered. The word was almost lost beneath the sound of tearing metal. His left leg locked. His sarcophagus warning runes flared across the kill spear's shared display. Genestealer claws punched through his outer casing. A Ravener wrapped around his weapon arm and crushed the actuator bundle. Another alien beast drove its talons beneath his breastplate and into the sarcophagus seal. Cord laughed again. "Old bones for the deep. I deny them the marrow." Tain took a step toward him, then stopped as Tyberos spoke. "Continue." The order was absolute. Brother Asterion Cord's reactor went critical by his own hand. For one heartbeat, the dreadnought stood buried beneath alien bodies, a wounded god in a tomb of metal, his laughter grinding through the vox. Then white heat filled the brood nest. His sarcophagus reactor detonated, vaporizing the Raveners, the Genestealers, the spawning sacks, the chamber walls, and a section of the ship's internal rib structure. The blast threw Terminators from their feet and turned the corridor behind them into a cauterized crater of glowing bone. When the light faded, Cord was gone. The Carcharodons advanced through the wound his death had made. They found the synapse chamber beneath a vault that pulsed with violet light. It had been grown like a throne room for a creature that did not understand kings. Chitin pillars curved inward around a central nerve mass. Cables of living tissue climbed the walls and vanished into the ceiling. Pools of dark fluid reflected psychic lightning. Tyrant guards stood before the chamber's heart, huge and shield-plated, their bodies bred to absorb death, meant for greater organisms. Warrior broods lined the flanks with death spitters and bonezords. At the center hovered a maleceptor, swollen skull blazing with psychic pressure, its limbs curled beneath it, its mind force pushing against the armor and thoughts of every intruder. The air thickened. Several kill servitors collapsed immediately, blood spraying from their ears and eye sockets. One Red Brethren brother staggered as his helm display filled with static shaped like jaws. Brother Halvorn Skell's dreadnought chassis ground to a halt for half a second before his machine spirit roared back into obedience. Tain raised his chain fist. "On a duel pattern?" Tyberos looked at the chamber. "No." He marked the Tyrant Guard, the Maleceptor, the Nerve Pillars, and the flanking warriors in a single sweep of his helm. Melter, overlap. Rad smoke, blind them. The Carcharodons fired as one. Combi Melta struck the Tyrant Guard line from 3 angles. White heat punched into their shields and turned chitin plates incandescent. Heavy flamers filled the floor with burning promethium. Kill servitors lurched forward, rib cages opening to release rad charges and smoke canisters. The chamber vanished in a storm of green-black vapor. Auspex systems screamed. Psychic pressure buckled and flared as the Maleceptor tried to force clarity through the poison. Tyberos entered the smoke. He did not charge like a berserker. He moved with cold economy, each step placed, each kill chosen. Hunger unfolded across a Tyrant Guard's knee joint and severed it with a shearing flash. The creature fell sideways. Slake punched through its throat, and the inner chain maw awakened, teeth biting through bone, cartilage, and command nerves. Tyberos twisted, tore, moved on before the corpse struck the floor. A warrior organism emerged from the smoke, bonezord raised. Hunger split the blade and the arm behind it.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Slake opened the creature from sternum to spine. A second warrior fired into Tyberos' chest at close range. The living ammunition burst across his plate, chewing at cracked ceramite. Tyberos seized the weapon symbiote, crushed it into the creature's ribs, and drove hunger through both gun beast and host skull. The Maleceptor's psychic scream arrived as pressure rather than sound. The smoke blew outward. Terminators slid backward across the wet floor. A kill servitor burst apart, its rad core spilling light. Brother Halvan Skell fired his assault cannon into the creature's shield until the barrels glowed. Chain drove forward under the psychic force, Chainfist biting into the floor for purchase. Tyberos did not slow. His armor cracked along one vambrace. Blood, dark against the grey, ran into the joints of his gauntlet. Hunger and Slake opened fully, barbed power blades shimmering, chain maws snarling. He struck the Maliceptor's guard limbs first, not the skull, cutting away support, severing tendons, disabling motion. The beast tried to rise. Slake caught beneath its jaw. Hunger drove into the side of its swollen cranium. The chain maws chewed inward. Bone became powder. Psychic tissue burst under the relic teeth. The chamber filled with a flash of violet agony that killed the remaining servitors and made even the dreadnought Skell roar through static. Tyberos held on until the Maliceptor's skull came apart in his hands. The synapse chamber fell silent. For 7 breaths, the ship around them seemed stunned. Then, Magos Gal's voice came through the command link from the Nikor, layered beneath interference and machine hunger. Node analysis incomplete. Warning, synapse pulse displacement detected. Chamber pattern inconsistent with primary command anatomy. Repeating structures artificially inflated. Neural density lower than projection. This is not central cognition. Tain turned slowly. The nerve mass at the center of the chamber began to split. Not from damage, from design. It opened like a flower of meat, revealing sacs within sacs, all emptying themselves of heat and chemical signals. False node, Gal said. Purpose-grown, disposable, lure anatomy. The walls shuddered. From every adjoining passage came the scrape of claws. The Tyranids had given them a chamber built to look important. They had placed guard beasts around it, psychic shielding within it, nerve architecture enough to draw the hunters inward. The Carcharodons had killed it, but the hive ship had spent only what it could afford to lose. Around them, deeper organs shifted away, spawning chambers redirected, corridors sealed behind the kill spear. The hunger had learned that Astartes sought throats, hearts, and minds, so it had grown a false throat and waited for teeth. The attack came from above Tain. His auto-senses failed a heartbeat before the Lictor Prime struck. It had no heat signature. Its scent was masked beneath Carcharodon oils and alien blood. Its skin matched the bleeding vault so perfectly that even Terminator augurs translated it as shadow until it moved. Scything talons came down across Tain's helm and shoulder, ripping through lenses, slicing into gorget seals, and driving him to one knee. Feeder tendrils lashed over his faceplate, tasting, seeking, injecting paralytic venom through fractures in the armor. Tain drove his chain fist upward. The Lictor Prime was no longer there. It struck from his left, faster than the helm spirit could correct. A talon punched through his side plating. Warning runes flashed black. His secondary heart surged. The creature's tendrils found the exposed blood at the broken seal and quivered. It was tasting him, not killing, tasting. Tain caught one tendril in his free hand and tore it away. The Lictor Prime recoiled, but not in pain, in completion. It had what it needed. Then Tyberos was there. Slake cut the space where the Lictor Prime had been, missing by a fraction as the thing folded backward with impossible grace. Hunger struck next and sheared away one of its upper limbs. The creature did not scream. It launched itself toward the ceiling, chameleonic flesh already shifting to match the next surface. Tain raised his stormbolter and fired blind, tracking by instinct and the droplets of his own blood on the beast's claws. Shells hammered the ceiling. One detonated against the Lictor Prime's hip. It fell, twisting, and Tyberos met it before it touched the deck. Hunger pinned it through the torso. Slake opened its skull. The inner maw chewed once, twice, and the Lictor Prime's head came apart in a burst of pale fluids and needle teeth. Tain rose unsteadily. His armor leaked. His helm was ruined across one side. "It marked us," he said. Tyberos looked at the corpse. It tasted us. The distinction was not comfort. The ship began closing around them in earnest. Corridors clenched shut. Acid vents opened across the ceiling and floor. Spawning chambers went into convulsive overproduction. Gaunts birthed half-formed and fully hostile, piling over one, another in wet heaps. Warriors came through the smoke. Tyrant guard bodies dragged themselves forward despite severed limbs. Somewhere deeper, a larger synapse pulse moved away from them like a thought withdrawing behind bone. Tyberos opened the kill channel. Plant charges in the reproductive organs, phosphex deep, rad cores beyond the false node, melter at the spawning roots. We leave when the wound cannot heal. The Red Brethren obeyed. They fought not for escape at first, but for placement. Terminators carved paths into brood chambers and inserted canisters into sac clusters. Kill servitors stumbled into ducts and detonated among growing embryos. Brother Halvorn Skell stood in a narrowing passage and fired his assault cannon until the weapon jammed, then crushed gaunts beneath his feet, while Tech Marine Artavane's remote rights armed the phosphex charges through corrupted air. Green fire began to bloom behind the Carcharodons, the terrible alchemical flame clinging to wet tissue, burning where normal fire would have drowned. The hive ship convulsed. Half the boarding party was gone by the time the withdrawal route opened. Some had died beneath claws. Some had vanished behind closing walls. Some had placed charges so deep into the organs that recall would have been wasteful. Tyberos did not name them. He did not rage for them. He counted the wound and measured the cost. Tain, bleeding inside his armor, looked back once as the reproductive vaults ignited. Green phosphex fire crawled up the walls like a living curse. Rad charges burst in silent pulses, poisoning growth layers and birthing sacs. Melter bombs detonated in sequence, collapsing chambers into boiling pits. The hive ship shook around them, vast and wounded, but still alive. Translation beacons unstable, Artavane voxed from the Nikkor. Hive tissue interference increasing, window narrowing. Tyberos looked down the passage where the deeper synapse pulse had retreated. "Enough," he said. The teleportarium took them in cold fire. They returned to the Nikkor as the hive ship burned from within. On the external pict feeds, the alien vessel twisted in the void, wounds glowing green and white beneath its hide. Sections of its flank ruptured. Brood chambers vented molten tissue into space. The reproductive organs they had poisoned collapsed in waves, spilling half-formed creatures and burning mucus into the dark. Yet the ship did not die. It folded damaged sections inward. It sealed arteries. It released cooling fluids. It drifted back into the shadow of the larger swarm, crippled, burning, alive, and learning. Then the throat of Leviathan answered. The pulse came from beyond Auspec's certainty, from the hidden center of Leviathan Ropalon. It rolled through the shadow in the warp like a continent of thought grinding against reality. It struck every astropath in the Nathrane Vale at once. On Nathrane 9, the last choir cells screamed in unison until their warded doors shook loose from the frames. On Krone's flagship, sanctioned psychers bit through their restraints and smashed their faces against the deck to silence what they heard. In Inquisitor Voss's private sanctum, a bound telepath wrote the same word across the floor in his own blood until his fingers split. Hunger. Aboard the Nikkor, the astropathic vaults went black. When the serfs opened them, they found every choir slave dead, kneeling toward the galactic south, their skulls cracked from within and their mouths stretched open in rictus silence. Tyberos stood in the teleportarium, armor smoking, hunger and slake dripping alien fluids onto the iron deck. Magos Gal's voice came through the chamber vox, stripped of all curiosity. Central synapse response confirmed. Tyberos looked toward the void, toward the hidden pulse, toward the thing he had named the throat. For the first time since the war began, Leviathan Ropalon had turned its full attention upon him. Mordax Secundus did not resemble a world so much as a weapon that had forgotten it was once a planet. Its continents were black iron and furnace glass, their coastlines hidden beneath slag seas and chemical fog. Mountain ranges had been cut open and rebuilt into reactor citadels. Oceans had been boiled down into coolant reservoirs and sacred waste basins. The air burned red where manufacturum stacks climbed through the clouds like the organs of some god of industry. Macro-elevators rose from equatorial anchor fields to the orbital rings, each one a chain of adamantium and prayer linking the planet to its weapon halos above. Those rings were awake. Orbital defense platforms turned in solemn arcs. Lance pylons opened their cathedral shutters. Macro cannon batteries loaded shells with the assistance of chanting loader clans, whose ancestors had been born, worked and died within the same ammunition vaults for 30 generations. Minefields drifted through high orbit in glittering belts. Void shield generators pulsed across the planetary surface, forming overlapping domes of blue light above hive foundries, forge basilicas, titan yards, and worker megablocks. Behind those shields were billions. Laborers sealed into manufacturum districts by blast gates. Penal work gangs chained to conveyor altars. Skitari cohorts standing in perfect ranks beneath red lumen glow. Tech priests calculating resource denial probabilities, while their human servants prayed for evacuation orders that would never come. Night households knelt in engine chapels, while sacristans completed the final rites of ignition. Titans woke inside walking cathedrals of iron. Mordax Secundus heard the hunger coming and answered with industry. Tyberos allowed it. From the strategium of the Nicor, the forge world glowed like a coal in the dark. Around it, Leviathan Ropalon gathered. The ash cordon had starved the outer system to poison and flame, and the Tyranid tendril had turned inward, drawn by heat, water, metal, reactor output, population density, and the vast machine roar of a world too rich to ignore. Every furnace was sent. Every void shield was challenge. Every living body beneath the domes was meat waiting behind glass. Lord Admiral Crone called it bait, with a fleet officer's hatred. Inquisitor Voss called it necessity, with a damned man's restraint. Magos Severian Gal called it optimal. Tyberos called it the anvil. The throat will not remain hidden while Mordax feeds its swarm, Gal rasped through the strategium vox, his mechadendrites twitching in the hololithic light. Industrial biomass concentration is extreme. Reactor fields produce high thermal lure. Organic fleet elements are converging in accordance with projection. Voss stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the billions of blue life runes beneath the planetary shields. The fabricator Locum still requests evacuation priority for senior magi, sacred pattern archives, and titan princeps. Denied, said Tyberos. The archives contain standard template fragments. The throat is worth more. Crone's projection flickered from the valorous decree, his face gaunt from sleepless command and shipboard fires. You are making a fortress world into a butcher's hook. Tyberos watched the void around Mordax darken with incoming bioships. Yes. No one challenged him further. Below, Mordax Secundus began its final work shift. The first spore clouds struck the upper atmosphere, like bruises spreading across a dying body. They thickened until daylight vanished. The sun became a red smear behind airborne poison. Defense lasers stabbed upward in disciplined volleys, cutting burning lanes through the swarmfall. Hydra emplacements tracked and fired until their barrels shone. Skitari noospheres flooded with targeting cant. Orbital rings thundered above the clouds, killing thousands of spores before they reached the ground. Millions survived. They fell across Mordax in a rain of living meteors. Tyrannocytes burst in forge plazas, spilling monsters into the shadows of still-firing manufactoria. Mycetic spores slammed into hab blocks and opened like infected flowers, releasing gaunts by the thousand. Gargoyles filled the sky under the void shield domes, winged bodies blotting out lumen towers, diving into flak storms with no thought of survival. Trigons came from below, not above. They erupted through forge foundations, through rail arteries, through munition temples, whose sacred machine spirits had never imagined an enemy rising from the planet's own bones. Hierophants strode through the macro cities. The first Bio-Titan appeared beyond the southern shield line, taller than the hab spires around it, its scything limbs cutting through manufactorum bridges as if they were strands of wet thread. Its bio-cannons pulsed. The first shot struck a shield dome and spread across it in a sheet of corrosive light. The second punched through a weakened section and turned an entire worker block into boiling dust. Men died without knowing the wall had failed. Their shadows remained on the inner face of the blast shutters for 3 seconds before spore fog covered them. The Mechanicus responded without panic. Skitarii cohorts marched through streets already slick with alien fluids. Radium carbines held in perfect alignment. They fired in cold volleys, each shot leaving a trail of radioactive death in gaunt flesh. Rangers marked synapse organisms through smoke and spore haze. Vanguard advanced into toxic clouds that would have killed unaugmented men in moments, their bodies already sacrificial reactors of contamination. Onager dune crawlers stalked between foundry columns, neutron lasers punching holes through Carnifex armor and collapsing warrior broods into heaps of cooked chitin. Castellan robots advanced under Datasmith command, their fists pulping gaunts, their phosphor blasters burning alien bodies into luminous ash. The tech priests sang in Binharik. Their prayers were not pleas. They were commands, equations, kill rights, and loss tolerances. Acceptable human depletion in southern manufacturum chain revised upward, intoned Magos Dominus Ral Geth over the forge noosphere. Labor cohort survival requirement reduced. Reactor retention priority maintained. Skitarii assets expendable to prevent capillary breach. A human overseer beside him asked whether the worker blocks should be opened. Geth's optics rotated toward the man. Negative. Contained biomass denies swarm dispersal. The overseer understood. The workers would remain sealed until the Tyranids reached them or the reactors below them detonated. He tried to make the sign of the Aquila. His hands shook too hard to finish. Far to the south, the ash plains split under the feet of god engines. The warlord Titan Invictus Ferrum walked from the smoke of its engine cathedral, its carapace weapons tracking aerial swarms, its volcano cannon lowering toward the approaching hierophants. Its warhorn sounded across Mordax Secundus, a note so deep that men in bunkers felt it in their bones, and Tyranid spores burst in the air from the pressure of it. Banners hung from its armor, burned and oil-stained. Its princeps, entombed in command communion, spoke through the god machine in a voice that crossed battlefields. By the Omnissiah's wrath, target acquired. The volcano cannon fired. A line of sunfire crossed the ash plains and struck the leading hierophant in the chest. Chitin vaporized. Internal fluids flashed to steam. The monster staggered, legs carving trenches through slag. It did not fall. Exocrines behind it braced among the ruins of a smelting district and answered with living artillery. Bioplasma struck the warlord's void shields in successive blooms. The shields flared, held, flared again. Zoanthropes drifted above the swarm, their swollen skulls blazing as they joined their psychic pressure to the barrage. Reaver Titans moved at the warlord's flanks, leaner god engines striding through smoke with Gatling blasters and melter cannons roaring. One Reaver, Bellamira, tore a Harridan from the sky with a laser blaster volley and crushed a Trigon beneath its foot without breaking stride. Another, Sanctus Ruina, took a bio-cannon strike to the knee. Its void shields collapsed in a rain of blue sparks. A Hierophant closed the distance, and drove scything limbs into the Reaver's torso. The Titan's crew fired at point-blank range, melting half the beast's head before the monster dragged the god engine down into the swarm. Imperial knights charged to prevent the kill becoming a feast. House Varrock engines came through the smoke, banners snapping, thermal cannons blazing. Reaper Chainsword screamed as they carved into carnifexes, trigons, and lesser bioforms. One knight gallant drove its chainsword through a hierophant's forelimb and severed it at the joint before being buried beneath gaunts that climbed its armor in living sheets. Ripper swarms poured into damaged knee actuators and cockpit rents. When the hatch blew open, rescue servitors were still 600 meters away. The princeps screamed once across the household vox before the Rippers reached him. Tyrannocytes fell onto Titan carapaces. They struck like fleshy comets, bursting open atop the god engines and vomiting monsters onto weapon decks and chapel plating. Skitari clades, stationed on the Titans' backs, fought with galvanic rifles and arc mauls as Genestealers tore through them. Servitors burned under acid. Moderati died in their command thrones as psychic feedback from zoanthropes hammered through failing void shields. The Invictus Ferrum kept firing. Its left carapace battery vanished under a swarm of winged organisms. Its princeps ordered the section vented with plasma. 200 crew died. The gun reloaded. In the northern Hive foundry, Tyberos led the ground spear into the Basilica of Iron Teeth. The cathedral had been built around the mouths of 12 macroforges, each furnace arch shaped like a metal jaw lined with smokestack fangs. Processional causeways crossed the central nave in narrow lines above vats of molten alloy. Statues of machine saints stood with cog halos and weapon arms raised toward the ceiling. Now alien growth climbed the pillars, and gaunts poured through the lower gates in numbers that would have drowned any open square. The narrow causeways made numbers meaningless. That was why Tyberos had chosen them. Red Brethren Terminators locked into formation across the iron bridges. Storm bolters fired in killing walls, mass reactive shells bursting among packed gaunts so tightly that each detonation killed 3 more creatures behind the first. Heavy flamers turned the lower steps into sheets of liquid fire. Chain fists met the larger bioforms where they tried to force the crossings. Thunder hammers hurled warriors from the bridges into the forge vats below, where they vanished in molten light. Colonel Vael's surviving Carthans fought behind them. Not many remained from the 812th. They had come to Mordax in emergency landers and cargo holds, blackened, wounded, and hollow-eyed. Their uniforms were mismatched now, their regimental colors burned to scraps. They set up heavy bolters between statues, dragged lascannons onto shrine balconies, and fired into the swarm through gaps between the armored giants. Vael stood with them, one arm in a brace, his coat torn, his face older than it had been at Nathrane 9. He watched Tyberos fight. The Shade Lord did not protect the guardsmen. He used the causeway, the fire angles, the mortal guns, the enemy hunger, and the architecture with equal indifference. When Carthan squads were overrun on the lower nave, Tyberos did not turn aside. He drove forward toward the Synapse pressure building near the Basilica's western gate. When a wounded Vox operator begged for extraction, a Red Brethren Terminator stepped over him to maintain firing geometry. Vael raised his las pistol and shot a gaunt off the man's chest. The operator stared up at him, choking. "Colonel, are they here to save us?" Vael looked at Tyberos, who was carving through a tyrant guard with the same cold focus the Tyranids gave to feeding. "No," Vael said. "They are the lesser devourer." The phrase passed among the Carthans before the hour was done. Not as blasphemy, not as insult shouted openly, as battlefield truth. The Tyranids consumed because they were hunger. Tyberos consumed lives, ground, honor, worlds, and men because he had decided survival required it. Both left little behind. One fought for mankind. That was the difference, and on Mordax Secundus, difference was enough. The adapted Hive Tyrant came through the western gate under a canopy of psychic screaming. It had been grown from the lessons of the previous deaths. Its chitin was thicker, ridged in overlapping plates that deflected bolter fire and turned glancing melter heat aside. Its limbs moved faster than its mass should have allowed. Shriek organs pulsed along its throat and crown, each one releasing psychic pressure that made mortals collapse with blood streaming from eyes and ears. Its bone zords were longer, darker, their edges alive with venom and warp resonance. Around it, warriors shifted with perfect precision, creating lanes through the gaunt masses, so it could reach the grey giant waiting on the causeway. Tyberos turned toward it. Tain, bleeding still from wounds taken aboard the hive ship, raised his chain fist. "My lord, hold the bridge. The beast is marked for you." "Yes." Tyberos advanced alone. The Hive Tyrant met him halfway across the causeway. The iron beneath them shook with the weight of the swarm, the fire of the forges, and the distant tread of titans dying on the ash plains. Vael ordered every Carthan gun to suppress the flanks. Lascannons cut into warrior organisms. Heavy bolters shredded gaunts trying to climb the rails. A priest with no voice left beat the rhythm of a hymn against a shell crate with a broken chainsword. The tyrant struck first. Its shriek organs pulsed. The sound was not sound. It was pressure inside the skull, a command to kneel, bleed, and become meat. Guardsmen fell. One Carthan slammed his head against a pillar until his helmet split. Even several Skitari staggered as their noospheric links flooded with predatory static. Tyberos kept walking. The first bone zord cut across his chest and carved a smoking trench through ancient plate. The second struck his shoulder and cracked the outer pauldron. Hunger caught the third strike, Powerfield screaming against alien blade. Slake punched forward, but the Hive Tyrant twisted away, faster than the Carnifex, faster than the Maleceptor, faster than the beast he had killed beneath Hive Carthrax. It had learned distance. It had learned his reach. So Tyberos let it close. The tyrant drove a bone sword into his armor beneath the ribs. The blade punched deep. Warning runes flared across Tyberos's helm. Blood ran black down the grey plate. The tyrant leaned into the impalement, jaws opening, shriek organs pulsing hard enough to crack the iron railings along the bridge. Tyberos seized the blade with hunger. He did not try to pull away. He locked it in place. The Hive Tyrant had pinned him. He had pinned it back. Slake came up under the creature's right arm and sheared through the joint. Hunger tore the bone zord free from its grip, and the inner chain maw chewed through the living blade as if devouring a spine. The tyrant struck with its remaining limbs, claws tearing at his helm, shoulders, and gorget. Tyberos stepped deeper onto the impaling sword, closing the last span between them. Hunger entered the tyrant's lower jaw. Slake entered its throat. The chain maws awakened together. The relics did not merely cut. They ate through the armor of the beast. Barbed power blades opened chitin in hooked rents, while the inner teeth chewed through bone, nerve cords, synaptic tissue, and shriek organs. Psychic pressure burst across the bridge. Men screamed, vox channels filled with static. The Hive Tyrant convulsed and hammered Tyberos hard enough to dent his breastplate inward. He tore upward. The tyrant's head split from jaw to crown. Tyberos ripped the skull apart and cast the halves from the causeway into the molten forge below. The body remained standing for one impossible moment, Bone Zord still buried in his armor. Then it sagged, folded, and fell at his feet. The swarm faltered. The Red Brethren fired into the hesitation. The Carthans followed, screaming themselves hoarse, pouring lasfire and bolt shells into alien bodies until the causeways were heaped high with chitin. Vael watched Tyberos wrench the Bone Zord from his own armor and throw it after the dead tyrant. "Lesser Devourer," Vael whispered again. This time, there was something like awe beneath the bitterness. Across Mordax Secundus, the southern hemisphere began to fail. The void shields over the ash plains, collapsed in sequence. Capillary towers rose through breached manufactoria and began drinking from worker blocks, Titan crews, dead knights, cooling reservoirs and corpse fields. Digestion pools spread beneath still firing forge cathedrals, their acid eating through foundations while the guns above continued to thunder. Hierophants moved through the ruins of macro cities. Rippers flowed through transit tunnels in tides so thick they clogged the machinery before eating through it. The Invictus Ferrum stood alone amid burning wreckage, one arm gone, carapace aflame, still firing into the swarm as lesser engines died around it. On the Nikor, Magos Severian Gal found the pulse again. It was no longer hidden deep within the fleet. It had descended. His voice entered Tyberos's helm as the Shade Lord stood among the corpses of the Basilica of Iron Teeth. Central synapse mass entering low orbit above Mordax Secundus. Biosignatures exceed prior estimates. Feeder tendrils extending toward southern hemisphere. Direct planetary consumption imminent. Tyberos looked up through the broken cathedral roof. The sky above Mordax was no longer merely dark with spores. Something vast moved behind them, blotting out the burning clouds, lowering itself toward the forge world with the patience of a mouth opening above a wound. Gal's voice clicked once, then steadied. The throat of Leviathan has come to feed. Mordax Secundus was dying, and Tyberos took his tithe before the corpse cooled. The evacuation stockades lay beneath the northern orbital elevators, a continent of cages, blast walls, cargo platforms, and armed checkpoints lit by the red glare of the Forge World's burning southern sky. Void shields still held above the district in fractured domes, flickering each time the throat of Leviathan fed from low orbit. Beyond the shields, spores fell like diseased snow. Beneath them, men screamed, prayed, bargained, and waited to be counted. The Carcharodons came through the stockades without haste. They did not come as rescuers. They came with slates, shackles, gene scanners, armed serfs, and apothecarian thralls bearing bone saws, blood vials, and iron brands. Red Brethren Terminators stood at the gates while mortal auxiliaries dragged lines of survivors forward. Selected youths were pulled from labor cohorts. Void-born dockhands were taken from elevator crews. Condemned prisoners were cut from penal chains and marched into separate pens. Useful serfs, machine handlers, ammunition bearers, corpse haulers, tunnel men, coolant workers, and furnace crawlers were marked with red ash across the brow. Those not chosen remained behind the gates. The difference between salvation and abandonment was a Carcharodon serf pointing with a hooked rod. No explanation followed, no promise, no comfort. A boy with a shaved head and forge, burns across his arms, tried to cling to his father. A serf struck the older man in the throat with the butt of a shock stave and dragged the boy away. A condemned murderer laughed until an apothecarian thrall fitted an explosive collar around his neck and tightened it with a pneumatic click. A void laborer spat at the feet of a Terminator. The warrior looked down once, then looked away as if the gesture had come from rain. Colonel Joran Vale watched from the edge of the stockade, with the remains of his regiment behind him. He had seen press gangs before. Every Imperial army had. The Munitorum took men. The Navy took men. Forge masters took men. Penal worlds spent men as readily as ammunition. But the Red Tithe felt different, not because it was crueler, but because it was quieter. The Tyranids harvested biomass with talons, spores, and digestion pools. The Carcharodons harvested manpower with ink stamps, shackles, and silence. Both moved through the living as if selecting material. Inquisitor Malrek Voss strode into the central yard with his rosette displayed, his storm coat snapping in the hot wind. Ash streaked his scalp. His augmetic lenses tracked the tithe pens, the armed youths, the prisoners, the serfs being branded for void service. He stopped before Tyberos, who stood beneath the shadow of a macro elevator, while orbital debris burned across the sky. "This ends now," Voss said. Tyberos did not turn from the stockades. A line of prisoners shuffled past, wrists chained, collars armed. Carcharodon serfs fitted them with demolition packs and crude shotguns. Their overseer recited instructions in a flat voice. The prisoners listened because the collars around their throats blinked with red readiness. Voss stepped closer. "You condemn populations, burn worlds, spend regiments, and now you harvest survivors like livestock. You name Leviathan monster while replacing one predation with another." Tyberos looked at him then. The ancient helm tilted down. Hunger and Slake hung silent at his sides, their blades folded, their chains dark with old blood and alien ichor. The Shade Lord's voice came low enough that Voss had to lean in to hear it over the distant guns. "The Imperium survives by taking. Leviathan survives by eating. Do not mistake the difference for mercy." Voss's jaw tightened. There is still law. There is still war. There are limits. Tyberos's lenses burned red in the ashlight. "Show me one that survived contact with the swarm." For a moment, only the stockades answered him. Men crying, men praying, men being numbered, armed, chained, assigned. The tithe became operational before it became ceremonial. Selected youths were issued void-sealed flak, shotguns, boarding pikes, and oath brands they did not understand. Dock workers were marked for loading gangs aboard the Nicor and her escorts. Forge serfs were assigned to ammunition shrines, reactor holds, and damage crews. Condemned criminals were sent to the tunnel cadres, each fitted with explosive collars and charge satchels for use beneath the forge cathedrals where Trigons had opened the world. Vael hated it. He also understood it. Every man taken by the Carcharodons was one less body for Leviathan. Every prisoner collared and sent below was one more explosive carried into a tunnel the Astra Militarum could not retake. Every void laborer aboard the fleet could load shells, drag wounded, seal breaches, or die buying a Space Marine 10 more heartbeats in the coming boarding war. He hated Tyberos for being useful in ways decent men were not. The evacuation field sirens began to howl. At first, Vael thought the southern shield line had failed completely. Then the ground under the eastern barricades erupted. Raveners burst through the ferrocrete, claws opening the first ranks of refugees like sacks of meat. Hormagaunts came over the outer walls in a living wave, talons scraping sparks from the barricade plating. Termagants followed through the smoke, firing into packed men with living guns that spat beetles, worms, and acid grubs. Gargoyles descended through a breach in the flickering void shield, their wings shrieking as they dived into the cages. The stockades became a killing yard. Carcharodons fired over mortal heads with inhuman precision. Storm bolters hammered from the gate towers, shells passing so close above fleeing men that their hair and skin tore from the pressure of the blasts. Heavy flamers washed the breach lines in Prometheum, burning gaunts and refugees together, where the swarm had already reached the pens. Skitari maniples locked into firing ranks and loosed radium volleys that turned entire clusters of organisms into twitching carcasses. Imperial commanders began sealing gates. Thousands remained outside them. Vael saw Gate Cordain close on a mass of men trapped between the inner yard and the breach. They hammered on the blast doors with fists, tools, rifle stocks, bare palms. The officer at the control shrine looked at Vael through smoke and tears. "Colonel?" Vael looked beyond the gate. Gaunts were already in the crowd. Men vanished beneath claws. A warrior organism climbed the barricade and directed fire into the gate mechanism. "Seal it," Vael said. The gate came down. Hands were crushed beneath its lower teeth. Men screamed on the other side until the swarm reached them in full. The sound became wet, then brief, then hidden beneath bolter fire. Vael did not look away. He would carry that gate until he died. Tyberos had already left the command yard. He walked through the overrun field with 5 red brethren behind him, ignoring the evacuation routes, ignoring the screams, ignoring men who reached toward him, as if an angel had finally come. A wounded laborer crawled across his path, legs gone below the knee, palms sliding in blood. Tyberos stepped over him without slowing. A gaunt leapt from a pile of bodies and struck his chest plate. Hunger unfolded and cut it into 4 pieces before its talons found purchase. He was not moving toward the civilians. He was moving toward the capillary towers beyond the field. They rose in a cluster near the collapsed water shrine, thick living columns feeding upward through the shield breach toward the vast shadow in the sky. Around them shimmered a psychic barrier, pale and oily, turning aside shells, lass fire and plasma bursts. Beneath the barrier floated a Maleceptor, its swollen skull pulsing with the rhythm of the throat of Leviathan. Tyrant guards stood around it like living bastions. Warrior organisms formed layered ranks. Zoanthropes drifted above the tower roots, lending their minds to the shield. The towers were feeding the Norn ship directly. Tyberos entered their shadow. The Tyrant Guard met him at the outer ring, their shield plates locked together, their claws struck down with the force of siege hammers. The Red Brethren fired into them, but the psychic field bled force from the shots, warping detonations, smothering melter heat, turning killing angles into wasted light. Tyberos did not slow. Slake took the first guard at the knee, shearing the joint. Hunger drove through the exposed throat, and the inner maw chewed until the creature's head sagged on a ruin of nerves. A second guard smashed him sideways into a barricade of corpses and metal. Tyberos rose through the falling bodies, seized its claw, and tore the limb from the socket with a grinding crack of armor and bone. Storm bolters thundered behind him. A Red Brethren Terminator died as a warrior. Brood concentrated venom cannon fire into a weakened seal and blew out the back of his helm in a spray of black blood and ceramite fragments. Another stepped over him and filled the gap. The Maleceptor noticed them. The air became weight. Terminators went to one knee, not from fear, not from injury. From pressure so vast, it seemed to press the soul down through the body and into the earth. Armor joints screamed. Autosenses drowned in white static. Mortals across the evacuation field collapsed by the thousand. Men vomited blood into their masks. Prisoners clawed at their collars. Skitarii neural links sparked and died. Vael fell against a barricade, his vision red, the world narrowing to the sound of his own teeth grinding. Tyberos kept walking. His armor cracked along old wounds. Blood boiled inside the plate, forced through ruptured capillaries by psychic pressure. Warning runes cascaded across his helm. His heart's hammered. The Maleceptor's mind pressed against him with the cold totality of the swarm, not speaking, not tempting, simply demanding cessation. Stop, kneel, bleed, become useful matter. Tyberos answered with movement. One step, then another. Hunger cut through a Tyrant Guard's shield limb. Slake tore open the exposed chest. A warrior fired into his side at close range. He backhanded it with enough force to break its spine against the tower root. Another Red Brethren brother tried to rise behind him and failed, forced down by the Maleceptor's psychic field until his armor buckled inward around him. He died without a word. Tyberos crossed the final meters alone. The Maleceptor lowered toward him, skull blazing, tendrils twitching beneath its body. The shield around the capillary towers brightened. Above, the vast maw of the throat loomed behind the clouds, feeding, drawing, pulling the world upward through living roots. Tyberos drove hunger into the Maleceptor's skull. The psychic pressure doubled. His gauntlets sank through bone and nerve matter. The beast's mind crushed against him. His armor split at the gorget. Blood ran from beneath his helm. Slake clamped onto the side of the creature's head and held it in place as the Maleceptor's limbs thrashed against his plate. Then, Tyberos triggered the embedded relic mechanism within Hunger. At point-blank range, the gauntlet's inner killing maw fired its cage discharge directly into the brain mass. The blast did not flare outward. It burned inside, a brutal white pulse contained within the skull, cooking synaptic tissue, rupturing psychic organs and turning the Maleceptor's swollen cranium into a collapsing furnace of meat and light. The barrier failed. The capillary towers lost their shield at the same instant Mordax's orbital defense grid found its target. Across the northern hemisphere, surviving lance pylons rotated. Macro batteries adjusted by fractions. Orbital rings, half-eaten and burning, aligned their remaining guns through the spore clouds. Machine spirits that had been screaming beneath the shadow in the warp, locked into one shared hymn of targeting certainty. Magos Severian Gal's voice entered every command channel at once. Target solution achieved. Central Norn vessel exposed. The throat of Leviathan is within grid convergence. Lord Admiral Crone gave the order from the valorous decree. All batteries, fire. Mordax Secundus fired upward. Lances tore through the sky in pillars of white fury. Macro shells rose on burning trails. Plasma torpedoes launched from orbital docks and dying cruisers. The first strikes hit the underside of the throat and opened wounds vast enough to swallow cities. Alien fluid fell through the atmosphere in burning rain. The Norn ship convulsed, its shadow rippling across the dying Forge world. Then it opened its maw. The sky became teeth. The throat of Leviathan descended closer, impossibly vast, its central feeding aperture unfolding in rings of chitin, muscle, and hooked tendrils. It did not retreat from the defense grid. It fed through it. Orbital stations caught in its reach were seized by feeder limbs, crushed, cracked open and drawn whole into the living dark. Gun platforms vanished one by one into the maw, still firing as they disappeared. Their crews died at their posts, shells leaving the barrels, even as the stations were swallowed. Tyberos stood beneath the raining blood of the Norn ship, Maleceptor corpse steaming at his feet. Around him, the evacuation field burned. Gates were sealed. Men were taken. Men were eaten. Men were spent. Above him, the true prey had finally opened its mouth. The silent net was built from corpses, lies, and machinery that should never have been forced to sing together. Mordax Secundus still burned beneath the shadow of the throat. The southern hemisphere had become a continent of digestion terrain, forge cities sinking into acid marshes, while capillary towers drank from reactor vaults, worker blocks, and battlefield dead. The northern pylon field remained intact only because the Mechanicus had spent men, Skitari, servitors, and titans to preserve it as if the pylons were bones in the body of the machine god. Tyberos made them into bait. The surviving orbital pylons were dragged into alignment by screaming machine spirits and overseer crews who worked inside radiation storms without hope of replacement. Each pylon was a black tower of adamantium lattice and copper prayer coils, rising from the ash plains around the northern forge belt. They had been built to anchor defense grid harmonics, focus lance relays, and regulate shield flow between orbital rings and ground batteries. Now, tech priests rewired them with stolen nerve cords, Tyranid synapse tissue packed in stasis jars, astropathic skulls wired into amplifier cradles, and signal engines torn from dead ships. The dead choirs were brought from the vaults in procession. Every astropath aboard Mordax had died when the throat first answered. Their bodies were ruined things, skulls split, mouths torn wide, hands locked in prayer, or clawed into the meat of their own throats. The Mechanicus did not waste them. Servo haulers carried the corpses beneath black shrouds and lowered them into copper cages around the pylon roots. Their burned-out minds still held psychic residue. Their deaths had been shaped by the shadow in the warp. Magos Severian Gal believed that residue could be made to resonate if bound to the correct pain, the correct lie, and the correct Xenos tissue. Black ship null caskets were opened in the lowest vaults. The prisoners within were living absences, men whose presence made the air feel wrong, and the soul recoil from itself. They had been taken from an Ordo reserve vessel, hidden behind Mordax's outer moon, sealed in lead and warded iron for wars of witchery and demons. Voss authorized their use with a face like carved bone. The nulls did not speak as the caskets were linked into the signal lattice. Some had no tongues. Some had bitten them out years before. Their blankness was chained to the dead choirs, not to silence the lure, but to make its edges unnatural, a wound in the warp shaped like prey hiding behind shields. Captured synapse tissue came next, warrior brain clusters, zoanthrope nerve sacs, a section of male scepter skull still twitching in a stasis field, tendrils cut from lictors and sealed before their chemical memory faded. The tissue pulsed in its jars whenever the throat moved above the planet. Gal suspended the organs in nutrient tanks and pierced them with silver probes, listening to the tiny answering twitches beneath the planetary roar of war. The silent net took form. Not a wall, not a weapon, a false scent, a lie vast enough to tempt a god of hunger. The plan was simple, because cruelty often was. Mordax would pretend to be richer than it was. The remaining life signs of the northern evacuation yards, the sealed worker districts, the reactor shrines, and the troop musters would be multiplied, distorted, and broadcast through the pylon field. The dead astropaths would give the signal psychic taste. The null caskets would give it the shape of hiding prey. The synapse tissue would bend the lie into frequencies the Tyranids could not ignore. The Mechanicus engines would carry it through the same pathways that had once fed shield harmonics into orbit. Leviathan Ropalon would sense concentrated life beneath failing protection. The throat would descend. Then Mordax's planetary guns, Krone's surviving Nova cannon vessels, and the Nikor's boarding vectors would converge. Magos Gal explained the flaw, while the pylon vault shook beneath distant impacts. Failure produces unacceptable future consequence, he said, suspended above a pit of cables and alien nerve jars. The hive mind has demonstrated rapid assimilation of hostile patterning. If the silent net fails, the tendril may learn counterfeit imperial distress, counterfeit biomass signaling, counterfeit astropathic residue. Future rescue crusades could be lured into predation corridors by false cries in the dark. Inquisitor Voss looked up from the command dais. You are telling me we are teaching the Tyranids how to lie. Gal's optics rotated in sequence. Correction. We are attempting to lie first. Lord Admiral Krone's voice came from the fleet channel, thin beneath static. And if it learns faster than we kill it? Tyberos stood at the edge of the vault, his armor still bearing the scars of the evacuation field. Alien fluids had dried black around hunger and slake. Blood from his own wounds marked the joints of his plate. He watched the pylon field above them through a hololithic projection, not the men working around it. Then it will use our voices after we are dead. Voss turned on him. That answer should trouble you. It does not change the hook. Above them, every defender stared at the sky. That was why the Tyranids came from below. The first warning was a tremor in Vault Kappa iron, dismissed by a Skitari overseer as shield recoil. The second was a pressure drop in the coolant catacombs beneath Pylon 7. The third was screaming from a tunnel garrison whose vox cut out before the officer could name what he saw. Then the underworld opened. Trigons burst through the foundation levels of Mordax Secundus in eruptions of stone, cable, bone, and steam. Their bodies coiled through generator catacombs, scything limbs tearing apart support columns, their passage dragging smaller organisms behind them like a wound dragging infection. Raveners poured through the tunnels they made. Burrowing feeder beasts split walls and floors. Lictors came silently through maintenance shafts and cable wells, not attacking until they had tasted command pheromones and marked the men who mattered. The silent net had become a battlefield beneath the battlefield. Colonel Jorand Vail took his last regiments into the undervaults. There were no parade formations left, no clean banners, no regiment as the Munitorum would have understood one. The 812th Carthan Siege Regiment had been reduced to broken companies, artillery crews fighting as infantry, wounded veterans with sealed stumps, conscripts who had survived too long and become something harder than training could create. They carried shotguns, melter guns, flamers, bayonets, and entrenching tools, because lasguns failed too quickly in the wet dark below the pylons. Vale met the first Ravener tide in Generator Catacomb thrown deep. The chamber was a vast ribbed hall of turbines, coolant rivers and shrine engines, its ceiling lost in smoke. Alien Ichor already stood ankle-deep when the Carthans entered. Men slipped on it. Men cursed. Men made the sign of the Aquila, over rebreathers, and kept moving. The Raveners came through the far wall in a burst of masonry and flesh, serpentine bodies uncoiling, talons scraping sparks from the iron deck. First rank kneel, Vael ordered. Flamers mark center. Melter guns hold for the big shadows. Shotguns by file. Fire! The catacomb vanished in muzzle flash. Shotguns hammered at corridor range, blowing chunks from Ravener skulls and chest plates. Flamers rolled burning promethium across the floor, turning the alien Ichor into a sheet of fire. Meltigans punched white holes through the larger beasts, their bodies folding around the wounds. Men screamed as claws found them. A Ravener struck the first rank and cut 6 guardsmen apart before a sergeant leapt onto its back and drove an entrenching tool into the soft joint beneath its skull, until both of them fell into the coolant trench. The Carthans fought like men too tired to fear death properly. They died standing in knee-deep alien filth, boots locked, bayonets fixed, firing until something reached them. A veteran with no left arm held a flamer trigger down with his teeth after his remaining hand was severed. A gunner shoved a melter bomb into a Trigon's wound and was bitten in half before he released the charge. A priest with a cracked skull beat a ripper swarm away from a fallen Voxcaster with an empty shotgun until the swarm climbed him and pulled him down. Vale moved through it with his pistol in one hand and a chainsword in the other. He had no illusions left. There was no rescue waiting in the vaults. The silent net had to activate, and the under-attack had to be held long enough for the lie to reach the sky. He ordered doors sealed on men still fighting. He ordered promethium flushed through tunnels where his own scouts had not returned. He ordered a wounded platoon to hold a junction that would collapse when the pylon fired. He remembered every order. That was the difference between him and Tyberos, he thought. Not mercy. Vael had spent too many lives to call himself merciful. The difference was memory. Then Reaper Prime Corvid Taney came down with the Red Brethren. Teleport flares burst through the generator haze, cold light illuminating blood, steam, and chitin. Terminators appeared in the vaults with stormbolters already firing. Tane stood at their head, one side of his helm rebuilt after the Lictor Prime's attack aboard the Hive ship. His chain fist roared as he advanced into the Ravener tide. Behind him came Carcharodons with thunder hammers, assault cannons and heavy flamers, moving through the human dead without looking down. "Hold your lines!" Tane voxed on the general channel. "We cut the route." Vale spat blood from his mouth. "The route has claws. Then it will lose them." For a moment it worked. The Terminators drove the swarm back through the catacombs by weight and fire. Assault cannons chewed tunnels open. Heavy flamers burned burrower nests before they could disgorge full broods. Chain fists severed Trigon limbs, opening wounds wide enough for Carthan Meltigans to finish the beasts. Tane crushed a warrior organism against a turbine casing and shoved the corpse into the machinery, jamming the turbine long enough to keep the floor from collapsing beneath Pylon 9. Then the new lictors struck. They did not appear on the autosenses. One moment the vault wall was only wall. The next, it unfolded into killing limbs. They were larger than the lictors taken before, their carapaces darker, their claws heavier, their flesh layered with chemical silence. Their chameleonic hides did not merely mimic color. They mirrored thermal bleed, machine noise, even the oily scent of Carcharodon armor unguents stolen from traces aboard the Nicor. Their movements came half a breath ahead of predictive targeting. Their feeder tendrils were longer, more delicate, tasting through armor cracks for gene seed memory. One dropped onto a terminator from above and drove both upper talons through the helm lenses. It twisted, and the brother's head came apart inside the plate. Another struck from beneath a turbine bridge, severing a heavy flamer's fuel line and vanishing before the Prometheum backwash engulfed the warrior carrying it. A third landed behind Tain and cut across the scars in his armor where the previous lictor had wounded him, as if the hive mind remembered exactly where he had bled. Tain staggered. The lictor's tendrils found his gorget. Vial saw it and fired his pistol until the charge pack died. The shots did little more than burn black marks along the creature's side, but they made it turn. That was enough. Tain caught one of its limbs with his chain fist and closed the teeth. The limb came away in a spray of pale fluid. The lictor twisted out of the rest of the blow and would have escaped, but a Carthan melter gunner put a blast through its lower body from 3 meters away. Tain stepped forward and crushed the skull under his boot. More waited in the walls. On the command channel above the vault, Tyberos watched the battle projections change. He saw the lictor ambushes, the autosense failures, the targeting lag, the repeated attacks against wounds already suffered by specific warriors. He saw Tain marked again. He saw Red Brethren forced to guard their own gene seed rather than simply advance. He saw the pattern and understood it as the hive mind understood him. Not hatred, value. His removal had become tactically meaningful. The swarm had ceased treating him as one more armored threat. It had measured his effect on the war and begun shaping organisms to remove him, taste him, learn him, and break the hunters who followed him. In the hidden logic of Leviathan Ropalon, Tyberos was no longer obstacle. He was priority. Tain's voice entered his helm, rough with damage and interference. "My lord, the vaults are compromised. Lictor strains have adapted to our spore and auspex profile. We can reroute the activation, delay the net, change the strike vector." Tyberos stood beneath Pylon Primus, surrounded by tech priests, null caskets, and dead astropaths wired into copper cages. Above him, through the broken ceiling of the shrine engine, he could see the burning sky and the vast shadow of the throat. He answered after a silence long enough for another squad to die. "No. A beast that bites the hook is still hooked." Tain's reply came without hesitation. "By your command." The undervaults became a charnel house. Viel's Carthans held junctions with their bodies. Carcharodons advanced through walls of claws and brought melter fire to burrow mouths. Tech priests sealed doors by remote right, trapping men, aliens, and burning Prometheum together. Null caskets cracked under psychic stress, and the men inside died without sound, their blankness flaring once through the lattice. Dead astropathic skulls began to smoke in their amplifier cradles. Captured synapse tissue convulsed in its jars, responding to the pressure of the throat above and the lie being built below. Magosgal gave the activation order in Binharik. The silent net awakened. Every pylon in the northern field lit from base to crown. The signal did not travel like ordinary transmission. It shuddered through shield harmonics, dead mines, null absence, stolen nerve tissue, and Mechanicus engines. It tasted of packed humanity, hidden behind failing defenses. It tasted of fear. It tasted of blood heat. It tasted of psychic distress smothered under ash. It tasted of prey too dense and too wounded to ignore. The effect was immediate. Every Tyranid organism on Mordax turned toward the pylon field. Gaunts broke off from assaults on Manufactoria and ran north in black rivers. Gargoyle swarms shifted in the sky as one, their bodies forming a storm front. Trigons abandoned tunnels they had almost won and burrowed toward the signal. Biotitans on the ash plains turned their vast heads. Capillary towers pulsed harder, then redirected growth toward the source of the lure. Even feeding organisms stopped at half-consumed bodies and moved. For one dreadful moment, Mordax Secundus became silent in patches where the swarm had withdrawn. Then the world shook as everything came for the net. Viel felt the pull in the undervaults before he understood it. The Raveners disengaged. The Lictors withdrew into walls. The surviving Trigon tore away from the tunnel fight and began burrowing upward toward the pylon roots. His men did not cheer. They knew what it meant. "They are coming here," Lieutenant Hahn said, voice hollow. Viel reloaded his pistol with his last charge pack. "Yes." "All of them?" Viel looked at the pylon core, where the light of the silent net pulsed like a false heart. "All that can reach us." Above Mordax Secundus, the throat of Leviathan descended. It came through the burning sky vast enough to eclipse the broken orbital ring. Its shadows swallowed lance flashes, spore clouds, falling debris, and entire districts of flame. The planetary guns struck it again and again, opening wounds across its underside. But still it lowered, more unfolding, feeder tendrils reaching toward the pylon field where the lie sang brightest. Around it, bioships gathered like lesser beasts around a kill. Lord Admiral Crone saw his firing solution and understood the cost before his officers spoke it. The valorous decree lay between the throat and two remaining Nova cannon vessels. So did crippled escorts, burning transports, defense monitors still firing from broken orbits, and the wreckage of ships that had not yet finished dying. To strike the throat cleanly, the Navy would have to fire through its own fleet. Crone gripped the command rail. On the main display, the Nicor moved into boarding range. The Red Wake was aligning for the bite. Crone opened the fleet channel and listened to captains shouting damage reports, prayers, pleas, and readiness oaths. Then he looked at the vast mouth descending toward Mordax and gave the order Tyberos had taught him how to give. "All vessels in the firing corridor," he said, voice steady as a tomb door closing. "Hold position." The pylon field became the center of the dying world. Everything turned toward it. Across Mordax Secundus, the Tyranid swarm changed direction with a unity that made mortal eyes, water, and mortal souls shrink. Gaunt tides abandoned burning Manufactoria. Raveners ripped free from generator tunnels and came boiling through the underways. Gargoyles wheeled in the poisoned sky like torn scraps of night. Carnifex broods trampled through their own lesser organisms in the rush toward the silent net. Warrior broods moved through the masses as nerve bundles in flesh, bending millions of claws, hooves, wings, and teeth toward the same false promise. The lie was working. It sang from the pylons in a language of dead astropaths, broken nulls, Mechanicus signal engines, and stolen synapse meat. It told Leviathan Ropalon that Mordax still held dense life. It told the throat of Leviathan that a world worth eating remained beneath the northern shields. It told the Tyranids that prey had gathered, wounded and afraid, in one place. Above the clouds, the Norn ship descended. Its underside filled the sky from horizon to horizon, ribbed with chitin plates and swollen feeding organs, its vast maw opening and closing in slow convulsions as orbital stations vanished between its tendrils. Mordax's defense grid fired until the heavens were a lattice of white lances, burning macro shells and plasma trails. Each strike opened a wound in the alien bulk. Each wound bled oceans. The throat lowered still, patient as famine. Beneath it, Tyberos walked into the oncoming swarm. The Red Brethren formed around him in a moving wall of grey ceramite and red kill marks. Terminators locked shoulder to shoulder, stormbolters roaring in disciplined bursts. Assault cannons spun until their barrels glowed. Heavy flamers laid down sheets of promethium that turned the ash before them into molten glass and burning chitin. Chain fists growled. Thunderhammers flashed with caged storm force. The pylon field trembled beneath their boots. Tyberos moved ahead of them. He should not have been so fast. His armor was ancient, tactical dreadnought plate, massive, scarred, built for boarding actions and war in the crushing dark. It should have made him inexorable rather than swift. Yet he crossed the killing ground with predatory speed, not sprinting, not raging, simply arriving where death was required before lesser warriors could close the gap. He did not roar, he did not preach, he did not name the Emperor. Hunger and Slake unfolded from his gauntlets and began their work. Warriors came first. They advanced in crested ranks through the gaunts, death spitters firing, bone zords lifted, their synapse presence pulling the lesser organisms into tighter formations. Tyberos entered them like a blade entering soft meat. Hunger sheared through a warrior's guard limbs and opened its skull. Slake punched into another's torso, and the inner chain maw chewed through the spine before the creature fell. A third struck at his helm with a lash whip. Tyberos caught the whip around one gauntlet, dragged the beast close, and crushed its head against his breastplate until the skull burst. Raveners erupted next. They came from beneath the ash in writhing coils, talons rising through the ground, jaws opening under the boots of mortal auxiliaries and Skitarii gun lines. Men vanished screaming into sudden holes. A Carcharodon serf, carrying melter charges, was dragged waist-deep before a Red Brethren brother stamped on the Ravener's skull and fired a stormbolter through both alien and earth. Tyberos stepped onto a coiling body, drove Slake down through its neck, and turned the creature's own thrashing length into a barrier as he advanced. "Keep pace," Reaper Prime Corvidtane voxed. The Red Brethren tried. Tyberos outran them anyway. The Carnifex broods came through the smoke like moving bastions. Their carapaces were blackened by artillery and already healing. Some bore venom cannons fused into their arms. Some lowered crushing claws the size of tank plows. Some had grown thick frontal plates from lessons learned in the earlier battles, their bodies reinforced against melter bursts and bolter saturation. The first Carnifex struck the Red Brethren wall and hurled a Terminator from his feet. The second took a thunder hammer to the jaw and answered by crushing the hammer-bearer against the ground until Ceramite buckled inward. The third charged Tyberos. He met it side-on, not with strength alone, with timing. He let the beast's weight carry past the killing angle, stepped inside the sweep of its claws, and drove Hunger into the joint, beneath its skull crest. Slake opened the opposite side. The chain maws bit together. Tyberos pulled his hands apart, and the Carnifex's head came away in halves, synapse cords and wet vertebrae stretching between them before snapping. He did not watch it fall. "Artillery!" he voxed. Colonel Vial heard him from the pylon trench below the northern field. The last Carthans had been folded into the defense line with Carcharodon auxiliaries, Skitarii survivors, and condemned tunnel fighters. Vial was bleeding through 3 bandages and breathing through a cracked rebreather. His command slate was broken along one side. His remaining Vox operator had no legs and kept the set working from a shell crater filled with ash and alien ichor. "Coordinates," Vial said. Tyberos sent them. Vial looked down. The marked grid was full of his men. A mortal auxiliary company had been pushed forward to hold the left pylon approach. Carthan heavy weapon teams were still firing from the broken causeway. Penal fighters with explosive collars were dragging melter bombs toward a Ravener nest beneath the ferrocrete. They had slowed the swarm just enough to reveal the synapse pressure moving beneath them. There was something under the grid. Something important. Vial understood before Tyberos spoke. "Fire!" The colonel closed his eyes for the space of one breath, not to pray. He had no prayer left that was not accusation. Then he opened them. "All batteries," Vial said. "Grid black cordane. Full pattern. No delay." The Vox operator looked at him. "Colonel, our men are still advancing." "Yes." The guns fired. Mordax's last field batteries spoke from behind the pylon line. Basilisks, Medusas, forge mortars and macro carronades threw shells into the marked ground. The barrage landed among humans and Tyranids together. Mortal auxiliaries vanished in pillars of fire. Carthan gunners were lifted from their nests and torn into pieces by the blast wave. Penal fighters detonated as their collars and charge packs cooked off. Gaunts disappeared by the 1,000. Raveners surfaced in agony. Warrior organisms were thrown broken across the field. Vael was caught at the edge of the bombardment. The first shockwave slammed him into the wall of a pylon trench. Something in his chest broke. The second filled the trench with shrapnel. His Vox operator was cut apart across the set. Hot metal entered Vael's side and lodged deep. He fell into the ash, unable to breathe, watching the sky flash white behind the silhouette of the throat. He knew then that Tyberos had sacrificed him, not from hatred, not from contempt, not even because Vael mattered so little that his death was easy. Tyberos had spent him because the calculation required it. The colonel, his regiment, the auxiliaries, the men under the shells, all of them had become a lever placed beneath the jaw of the swarm. No malice had guided the order, no cruelty of feeling. That was worse. Vael coughed blood into his rebreather and laughed without sound. "The lesser devourer," he whispered. The barrage exposed the synapse beast. It rose from beneath the shattered ground as the artillery ended, unfolding from a buried cocoon of chitin and nerve tissue. Taller than the hive tyrant in the basilica of iron teeth, leaner than a carnifex, more precise than either. Its limbs were long and bladed, its skull crowned with a synaptic crest that pulsed in answer to the throat above. Its body shimmered with adaptive armor, each plate overlapping and flexing as if anticipating impact. Its eyes burned with the reflected will of the Norn ship. The Norn emissary stepped over the dead. Around it, the swarm steadied. Millions of lesser organisms answered its presence. Gaunts ceased their blind rush and reformed into channels. Carnifexes moved aside. Tyrant Guard emerged from the ash and took flanking positions. Zoanthropes drifted higher, feeding psychic force toward the beast. It had been grown for this moment, not merely to command, to halt the Red Wake. Tane's voice came over the command channel. "My lord, the beast is shielded." Tyberos walked toward it. "Hold the wall. It reads your movement. Then it will read the end." The Norn emissary struck before Tyberos reached it. It crossed the distance with impossible speed. Bladed limbs cutting through smoke, one talon passing so close to Tyberos's helm that sparks flew from the brow plate. Hunger met the second strike. Slake caught the third and slid off armor that shifted at the instant of contact. The beast's synaptic crown pulsed. Its head moved before Tyberos's next blow landed, as if the hive mind saw the intent through every angle around him. Tyberos adjusted. The emissary adjusted faster. It drove one limb into his shoulder guard and tore the outer plate free. Another blade cut across his thigh, opening armor seals and drawing dark blood. A third struck his chest, cracking ancient ceramite already wounded by earlier battles. The impact drove him back 3 steps. Around him, the Red Brethren fought desperately to keep the lesser monsters from closing. Tane crushed a warrior beneath his chain fist and took a venom cannon burst across the breastplate. A Terminator with an assault cannon disappeared beneath gargoyles and gaunts, firing until his ammunition feed ran dry and the swarm pulled him apart. Tyberos did not rage. He watched. The emissary was faster, stronger in the exchange, more perfect in motion. It read the angle of hunger. It withdrew from Slake before the chainmaw could bite. It used its reach to keep him at the edge of destruction. It fought as an extension of the hive mind's new understanding of him, every movement shaped by dead lictor taste, synapse memory, and lessons cut from the bodies of slain tyrants. So Tyberos stopped trying to win cleanly. He let the next strike land. The emissary's blade punched through the outer chest plate and drove him down onto one knee. Warning runes flooded his helm. His armor locked and unlocked around the wound. The beast leaned in, synaptic crown blazing, pressing the attack with calculated force. Another limb tore into his pauldron and opened it down to the blackened underlayers. A third hammered against his helm and cracked the side grille. Tyberos reached through the impact. Hunger caught one of the impaling limbs and held it in place. Slake snapped open beneath the emissary's guard, not at the armored torso, but at the soft cluster of nerve cords exposed when the creature leaned its weight forward. The inner chainmaw bit. The emissary convulsed. It tried to withdraw. Tyberos pulled himself deeper onto the blade. His armor screamed. Blood ran down both legs and smoked on the heated ash. The beast struck him again and again, breaking outer plates, tearing away purity chains, opening wounds that would have killed anything mortal. Tyberos did not retreat. He used the locked distance. Hunger and Slake worked inside the guard, where the emissary's reach no longer mattered. Barbed power blades tore through nerve sheaths. Chainmaws chewed synaptic bundles. Hunger severed one shoulder cluster. Slake ripped open the throat cords. The emissary's crown flared brighter, trying to drown him in command pressure from the throat itself. Tyberos drove both gauntlets upward. The relics entered beneath the synaptic crown. For the first time, the Norn emissary made a sound that was not command or pressure. It was the tearing of a system through which too much will had been forced. Hunger's barbs hooked into the crown. Slake's chainmaw chewed through the central nerve braid. Tyberos braced his ruined armor, planted one boot into the dead ash, and pulled. The crown came free in a burst of pale fluid, black blood and luminous nerve fire. The emissary staggered, its limbs striking at nothing. Tyberos drove Hunger through the exposed skull and tore downward. Slake opened the throat. The supreme synapse beast fell in pieces at his feet. Across the pylon field, millions of Tyranids convulsed. Gaunts collapsed mid-stride. Gargoyles dropped from the sky in sheets, hitting the ash like hail. Warriors spasmed and clawed at their own crests. Raveners thrashed in the tunnels. Carnifexes bellowed and smashed blindly into their own broods. For one impossible moment, the swarm became an ocean without tide. Then the throat pulsed. The convulsions steadied. The lesser organisms rose. The true mind node was still above them. Tyberos stood over the dead emissary with his armor broken, his weapon slick, his breath rasping through damaged systems. Tain reached him at last, limping, one arm hanging loose at his side. "The beast below is dead," Tain said. Tyberos looked up. The underside of the Norn ship filled the world. Its maw was open. Mordax's orbital ring burned inside its grasp. The silent net shrieked. Through the pylons, now overloaded beyond Mechanicus control, lightning crawled up every tower. Plasma conduits beneath the field glowed white. The defense grid was drawing more power than the world could survive. Margos Gal's voice broke across the command channel. Pylon harmonics exceeding containment. Plasma cascade imminent. Field detonation will consume Northern Hemisphere approach zone. Translation window into Central Norn vessel is narrow. Recommend immediate commitment or withdrawal. Withdrawal? Krone's voice cut in from orbit, raw with disbelief. There is no withdrawal. The grid is cooking the planet. Voss spoke next, quiet and grim. Chapter Master, if you are to strike, it must be now. Tyberos turned toward Tain. Remaining Red Brethren? Enough. Apothecarian recovery? Impossible under current pressure. Gene seed? Tain's silence answered. Tyberos looked across the pylon field. Dead Carcharodons lay among dead Carthans, Skitari, serfs, prisoners and Tyranid organisms. There was no time to recover them, no time to honor them, no time to do anything but continue cutting. Leave them to the fire, Tyberos said. Tain bowed his helm. By your command. Tyberos opened the fleet channel. Nikor, teleport assault, target the throat. All surviving Red Brethren to translation locks. Void shields are irrelevant. Use the wounds. Techmarine Artavane answered from the battle barge, his voice layered with machine strain. Teleportarium alignment through Norn mass unstable. Return vectors uncertain. Organic interference severe. Send us. By Iron and Abyss, my lord. Around Tyberos, cold light began to gather. The surviving Red Brethren formed within the teleport pattern. Tain stood at his side. The pylon field shook as the plasma cascade reached the surface. White fire burst from the first tower, then the next, racing across Mordax's northern heart in a chain of overloaded engines and dying machine spirits. The ground split. Men and Tyranids vanished together in the rising glare. Vael, half buried in the trench, saw Tyberos one last time, through blood and static. The colonel tried to raise his pistol in salute or curse. His hand would not move. Tyberos did not look back. The teleportarium took him as the world beneath his feet vanished in white fire. The teleport strike did not deliver them into a chamber. It delivered them into a wound. Cold translation fire collapsed, and Tyberos stood knee-deep in living blood beneath a ceiling of pulsing muscle. Around him, the surviving Red Brethren appeared in staggered flashes, armor smoking, weapons raised before their forms had fully hardened from the teleport flare. 2 tech marines translated with them, their servo arms already moving in defensive arcs. Explosive serfs stumbled into existence between the giants, some vomiting from the shock, some bleeding from the eyes where the throat's psychic pressure had greeted them before their boots touched flesh. Brother Halvorn Skell, last of the dreadnoughts committed to the strike, materialized half-fused to a sheet of cartilage that had grown across the chamber wall. His assault cannon rotated once, jammed, then forced itself alive with a grinding howl. The throat of Leviathan closed around them. It was not like the lesser hive ship. That had been a living fortress. This was a world inside a beast. Its internal vaults rose higher than cathedrals and sank deeper than hive shafts. Chitin ribs curved overhead in black arches, wet with condensation and acid. Synapse conduits ran through the walls as luminous nerve rivers, violet and pale, each pulse carrying the will of the hidden hunger through kilometers of flesh. Spawning wombs hung in clusters from the vaulted ceilings, fat with unfinished organisms. Digestion seas spread beyond broken membranes, black waters churning with the dissolved matter of cities, armies, forge districts, orbital stations, and worlds whose names had already been eaten from memory. Psychic ganglia glowed like diseased moons in the depths of armored chambers grown from the minerals, bones, and sacred metals of 100 consumed planets. The air itself pressed down. Every mortal serf fell to his knees. Some screamed, some simply stared upward until blood streamed from their noses and ears. The null traces worked into their collars sparked and died. The tech marines staggered, but held. The Red Brethren locked their armor and endured in silence. Tain stood at Tyberos's right, his plate ruined from the pylon field, one arm sluggish, helm cracked and resealed with emergency bonding rights. Tyberos lifted hunger and slake. The relics answered with a low, chained growl. "Advance," he said. They moved through the Norn ship's first throat passage, with no rear guard to spare and no expectation of return. The throat reacted around them. Walls puckered shut where they approached, sealing corridors with plates of muscle and chitin thicker than bastion doors. Chain fists opened them. Heavy flamers burned through the membranes beyond. Gaunts were borne directly from the walls, slick with amniotic slime and half-formed in some cases, clawing their way out of womb slits while their limbs were still soft. They died beneath stormbolter fire and the grinding tread of Terminator boots. Then the ship began to alter itself faster. A passage became a pit as the floor split open, dropping 3 serfs into an acid sea below. Their charges detonated when the corrosive fluid reached the arming runes, sending a burst of fire through the black water and revealing bodies floating beneath the surface, human skeletons tangled with armor, Skitari limbs, Tyranid spawn, and the brass casings of shipboard shells. A ceiling unfolded into a forest of hooked ribs. A tech marine cut through them with a servo claw while chanting Binharic hatred. One rib pierced his torso and lifted him from the ground. He finished the charge sequence in his hand before dying, then detonated it against the wall that had taken him. The wound remained open. The Red Brethren passed through. Tyrant Guard waited beyond, standing on a bridge of nerve tissue stretched over a digestion gulf. Genestealers clung to the underside of the bridge in hundreds, their bodies blending with the living structure until they moved. The nerve bridge pulsed with the throat's thoughts, each beat sending pressure through the invaders' skulls. Tain stopped at the bridgehead. "My lord," he said, "the path narrows." Tyberos looked across. Beyond the bridge, 3 synapse routes split into the deeper body of the Norn ship. Each one pulsed in a different rhythm. Each one was guarded by muscle gates, bio-armor, and the shimmer of psychic force. "Hold it," Tyberos said. Tain did not ask for how long. The Tyrant Guard charged. The bridge shook beneath them. Tain met the first with his chain fist and drove the weapon into its shield plate until the teeth caught, screamed, and burst through. A Genestealer dropped onto his back, claws raking across his helm. He smashed himself backward into a ribbed wall and crushed the creature between his armor and the living bone. Storm bolters fired from both sides of him. Heavy flamers washed the underside of the nerve bridge, burning Genestealers from their hiding places in falling sheets of fire. Tyberos crossed behind him with the remaining strike force. More Tyrant Guards slammed into Tain's line. One drove a claw through a Red Brethren brother and pinned him to the bridge. The warrior fired point blank into its face until his storm bolter clicked empty. Another brother struck with a thunder hammer and broke the beast's chest open, then vanished beneath a swarm of Genestealers that came over the railings like black water. Tain was alone at the center when Tyberos reached the far side. His armor was open in 6 places. One leg had locked. His chain fist had lost half its teeth. Still he held the bridge, braced against a mass of alien bodies, cutting, crushing, forcing the swarm to spend itself against him instead of following the Shade Lord. Tyberos did not turn back. Tain knew he would not. The Reaper Prime drew the melter charges from his belt, and Mag locked them to the nerve bridge beneath his feet. A Tyrant Guard smashed him down to one knee. He caught its throat with his damaged fist and held it close as the charge runes brightened. His final transmission carried no pride and no farewell. "Path open, my lord." The nerve bridge vanished behind Tyberos in white fire. The blast tore through the chamber, severing the pursuit route, dropping Tyrant Guard and Genestealers into the digestion gulf below. Tain disappeared with them. No death scream came through the vox, no oath. Only the sudden absence of a warrior who had spent his last breath correctly. Tyberos kept moving. The deeper chamber revealed the truth of the throat. There was no single queen node waiting in a throne of flesh. No one skull to break, no one heart to pierce, no simple organ that mankind could name, and therefore imagine killing. Magos Gal's last surviving data ghost unfolded across Tyberos's helm display, built from readings taken before the teleport strike and refined by the Techmarine auspexes as they died. 3 brain organs, separated by kilometers of living ship, each surrounded by armored cysts, psychic ganglia, and redundant nerve oceans, each capable of assuming command if the others failed. The throat had not hidden its mind in one sanctum. It had distributed itself like a fleet, like a system, like hunger spread through every body it controlled. Tyberos named the answer without ceremony. 3 cut kill. Brother Halvorn Skell took the left route with 2 Red Brethren and the remaining explosive serfs. His dreadnought body dragged one leg, but his power claw still opened flesh walls with each swing. He reached the first node through a tunnel that tried to digest him as he walked. Acid stripped paint and old oaths from his sarcophagus. Gaunts birthed under his feet. A zoanthrope mass burned at the heart of the node, shielding a brain organ the size of a shrine. Skell fired his multi-melter until the weapon fused. Then he walked into the node. "Brother Cord spent well," Skell voxed, voice breaking under psychic pressure. "I follow the debt." He overloaded his reactor beside the brain organ and took a kilometer of synapse conduit with him. The right route belonged to the Tech Marines. They had no dreadnought and no hope of withdrawal. They moved with rad charges, phosphex canisters, and servo arms slick with alien fluid. One lost both legs to a closing muscle gate and dragged himself forward by mechadendrites. Another was split open by a warrior beast and continued chanting through his vox grill, while his servo arm placed the phosphex canister inside the node's feeding artery. Red Brethren held the chamber doors until their ammunition ran dry. Then they fought with fists, blades, and bodies. The second brain organ died in green fire and rad poison. Phosphex crawled through its folds, burning where the throat tried to drown it, clinging to nerve tissue, eating memory, signal, and biomass alike. Rad charges ruptured around it, turning the surrounding womb chambers into poisoned ruin. The Tech Marines died inside the blaze, their last Binharic cant swallowed by static. Tyberos took the central path alone. The Norn ship felt the other organs die. The entire passage convulsed. Synapse fluid burst from the walls in hot streams. The gravity of the living ship shifted and dragged sideways. Armored cysts grew across Tyberos's route, layering themselves in front of him like shields. Hunger and slake opened them. Gaunts poured from split wombs, but without stable synapse they came in spasms, some attacking, some tearing into one another, some collapsing as the greater mind recoiled from internal sabotage. Tyberos killed what reached him and ignored what did not. The central chamber opened like the inside of a skull. Flesh, bone, and psychic force met there in one impossible vault. The brain organ hung suspended above a black pool of synapse fluid, its surface ridged with continents of nerve matter, veins pulsing with the will of Leviathan Ropalon. Ganglia surrounded it in rings. Armored plates shifted across it like eyelids. The chamber walls were layered with memories of consumption made physical. Human faces half-grown from the walls. Broken aquilus embedded in cartilage. Titan plating fused into rib structures. Ship prows dissolved into bone. Statues of saints reduced to mineral deposits around nerve roots. The hive mind pressed against Tyberos. Not with words. Words were too small. It came as the certainty of extinction. It showed him mankind as meat hiding behind iron, screaming prayers into a galaxy that did not answer quickly enough. It showed him worlds without number consumed and replaced by strength. It showed him every slain gaunt replaced, every dead beast remade, every adaptation preserved, every victory by the Imperium reduced to delay. It showed him hunger not as want, but as law. It showed infinite replacement and the futility of one warrior with two bloody gauntlets standing inside a god's throat. Tyberos did not answer with defiance. He did not speak the Emperor's name. He did not tell the hunger it was wrong. He walked forward. The psychic pressure cracked the outer plates of his armor. Blood filled his mouth behind the helm. His hearts hammered out of rhythm. His vision narrowed to the brain organ and the path between its guardians. Tyrant Guard emerged from cysts at the base of the chamber. He cut the legs from the first, split the chest of the second, and drove Slake through the skull of the third. A psychic lash from the brain organ struck him and sent him sliding backward through the black fluid. He rose before the wave settled. Hunger bit into the first armored eyelid covering the brain. Slake followed. The relics did what they had always done. They turned purpose into ruin. Barbed power blades sheared through alien armor. Inner chain mores chewed into bone-dense nerve plates. Synapse fluid erupted across Tyberos in a hot flood, filling the chamber with the smell of copper, acid, and lightning. The brain organ convulsed and tried to close around his arms. He drove deeper. Hunger tore downward. Slake ripped sideways. The chamber shook as if the Norn ship were trying to scream before it remembered it had no throat that men could understand. Outside, Lord Admiral Crone fired through his own dead. The valorous Decree was listing in high orbit, its prow cracked, its port batteries silent, its decks full of smoke and prayers. Around it drifted the remains of Battlefleet Nathrane, defense monitors, crippled cruisers, transports, broken orbital platforms and ships whose crews were still alive but trapped in the firing corridor. Crone had ordered them to hold. They held. Nova cannons fired. The shells passed through wreckage, friendly hulls and burning stations on their way to the throat. Some detonated early against drifting Imperial carcasses and turned loyal ships into suns. Some struck true. Lance batteries followed, carving through the same corridor, cutting apart anything between mankind's guns and the Norn ship's body. Captains died with their hands on command rails. Gun crews vanished in fire they had been ordered to accept. The Navy murdered its own formation to reach the beast swallowing Mordax. Below, the overloaded pylons discharged. The silent net collapsed into a continent-sized plasma storm, but before it died, every pylon poured its stored fury upward. White fire climbed from Mordax into the open wounds of the throat. The Norn ship was trapped between internal sabotage and external annihilation, between the teeth inside and the guns outside, between Tyberos carving its brain apart and the Imperium spending the last of a Forge World's wrath into its belly. Tyberos drove both gauntlets into the central brain and pulled outward. The organ split. Synapse fluid flooded the chamber like a burst ocean. It struck the walls, filled the floor, swallowed the dead tyrant guard, and rose around Tyberos's waist. The psychic pressure became a single, impossible scream. The throat of Leviathan died. Its death did not sound like thunder. It sounded like every nerve in the system being torn from the same body at once. The synapse scream passed through Mordax, through the fleet, through the burning moons, through every organism of Leviathan Ropalon, bound to the Norn ship's will. Billions of Tyranids broke. Some froze in place, bodies locked mid-stride, while Imperial fire tore them apart. Some hurled themselves blindly into walls, guns, furnace pits, void shields, and one another. Some turned on nearby organisms and began to eat, rippers devouring gaunts, gaunts tearing into warriors, carnifexes crushing their own broods beneath senseless rage. Bioships rammed lesser vessels, feeder tendrils convulsed and strangled their own hulls. Gargoyles fell from the sky in black storms. Digestion towers ruptured across Mordax and sprayed half-rendered biomass over burning streets. Inside the central chamber, Tyberos stood in the flood of the Norn brain's death. Hunger and Slake still moved, chewing through the last chords of command. The mind that had pressed extinction upon him was gone from that place. Only meat remained. Leviathan Ropalon did not die cleanly. It came apart like a brain struck by a hammer, while the body still ran, clawed, fed, and killed. Across Mordax Secundus, the synapse collapse spread in waves of ruin. Gaunts froze in mid-charge with their talons lifted, then began tearing at the nearest meat they could find, whether human, alien, or their own kind. Termagants fired into empty air until their living weapons spasmed dry. Hormagaunts swarmed over the dead and began eating dead gaunts, chewing chitin, nerve cords, and half-burned limbs with frantic, purposeless hunger. Warriors staggered through the ash, with their crests split by psychic backlash, some still trying to command broods that no longer obeyed, others falling beneath the creatures they had led. The great beasts suffered worse. Carnifexes rampaged blind through burning forge districts, smashing through manufactorum walls and trampling gaunts, Skitari corpses, broken tanks, and their own wounded broods beneath them. One charged a void shield pylon that had already melted into slag and continued battering it until its skull caved inward. Trigons burst from the ground without direction, coiling through streets, dragging entire collapsed transit lines behind them. Harpies fell from the sky in tumbling spirals, wings beating against nothing, their bodies breaking across cathedral roofs and reactor towers. Hierophants on the ash plains turned upon one another in convulsive fury, bio-cannons firing at shadows, scything limbs cleaving through friendly broods, their death cries lost beneath Mordax's final storms. The digestion towers ruptured one by one. They burst across the dying forge world like infected arteries under too much pressure. Half-rendered biomass sprayed into the air, raining down as steaming filth across streets where men still fought and died. Pools of digestive acid overflowed their banks and swallowed artillery pieces, corpses, servitors, crawling wounded and blind Tyranid organisms alike. Capillary roots tore themselves free from the ground as the command rhythm vanished, thrashing through hab blocks and shrine engines, with no mind left to guide their hunger. In orbit, the greater horror unfolded in silence and fire. Bioships rammed one another, as if the void had become too narrow to contain their confusion. Feeder tendrils wrapped around allied hulls and constricted until both organisms burst. Spore clouds drifted without pattern, obscuring Tyranid vessels from one another as Imperial torpedoes found them. Living ships tried to flee and collided with those still descending toward Mordax. Others simply drifted, their vast bodies twitching, their synapse organs dead or screaming in useless isolation. The throat of Leviathan was dying, but its corpse was large enough to kill worlds as it fell. Inside it, Tyberos still stood. The central Norn chamber had become an ocean of dissolving organ flesh. Synapse fluid flooded the floor and steamed where it touched the broken plates of his armor. The walls sagged inward. Ganglia burst above him, spilling ropes of pale nerve matter into the black pool. Armored cysts softened and peeled open. The great brain organ he had carved apart hung in collapsing halves, each torn fold leaking memory, command and hunger into useless slurry. The dead surrounded him. Red brethren lay among the alien ruin, some whole, some crushed into their plate, some lost beneath dissolving flesh. A Tech Marine's servo arm still twitched against a wall, carving the same interrupted rite into meat that no longer resisted. Explosive serfs floated face down in the synapse flood, their charges spent, collars dark. Brother Halvorn Skell was gone with his node. Tain was gone with the nerve bridge. Every path behind Tyberos had been bought with bodies that would not be recovered. His armor was a wreck of ancient grey and blackened metal. The outer plates were split across the chest, shoulder and thigh. His helm grill was cracked. Blood had dried in the joints, then been washed loose by alien fluids. Hunger and slake hung from his hands, clogged with brain matter, chitin fragments and strands of synaptic tissue. Their chain maws still tried to chew, catching on bone, grinding, snarling, refusing silence. The throat convulsed. A wall folded inward and became a wave of flesh. Tyberos drove hunger into the floor and locked himself in place as the chamber tilted. The dead moved around him with the fluid. A red brethren corpse struck his leg and drifted past. He did not look down. The first teleport lock failed. On the Nicor, the teleportarium screamed. Tech Marine Artavane's successor, Brother Marin, stood wired into the command altar, with both hands buried in the machine's nerve sockets. The rings were overheating. Frost and blood marked the deck. Serfs burned incense faster than the vents could clear it. 3 had already died when feedback from the Norn ship came through the beam and burst their skulls inside their hoods. "Lock unstable," a servitor droned. Brother Marin crushed the servitor's jaw with a mechadendrite. Lock again. The second attempt found Tyberos for half a heartbeat. Then the dying Norn ship's synapse backlash tore through the signal. One serf vanished from the platform and returned fused to his own shadow, screaming until a Karkaradon armsman ended him with a bolt pistol. The third attempt dragged back only alien fluid and a severed Tyranid limb that thrashed on the deck until a Tech Marine burned it. No one suggested abandoning the Shade Lord. No one spoke at all unless required. The fourth lock caught. In the central chamber, cold light formed around Tyberos as the throat tried to crush him beneath its last contraction. The beam stuttered. His armor sparked. Hunger and slake snarled as if resisting translation. The chamber folded inward, and for an instant he was buried in synapse fluid, dead flesh, and the collapsing will of the thing he had killed. Then he was gone. He returned to the Nicor standing. The teleportarium floor cracked beneath his weight. Alien fluids poured from his armor in steaming streams. The air filled with the smell of acid, blood, burned machine oil, and dead psychic pressure. Serfs recoiled. Tech marines steadied themselves against their altars. A wounded apothecary stepped forward, then stopped when Tyberos raised one clawed hand. No one cheered. No one said his name. The red wake had returned from the throat of the beast, and the silence that greeted him was not shame, nor worship, nor relief. It was recognition. Some victories entered the world too heavy for voices. Tyberos looked at the teleportarium rings. "How many?" Brother Maren's helm dipped. "Of those translated into the throat, you alone returned from the central path. Gene seed recovery from fallen brethren within the Norn ship is impossible. Reaper Prime Tain is confirmed spent. Brother Skell is confirmed spent. All kill serfs committed to the inner breach are spent." Tyberos stood motionless as the words were given. "Record the debt." "It is recorded." Beyond the Nicor, Lord Admiral Crone completed the annihilation. The Imperial Navy no longer fought like a fleet seeking survival. It fought like an execution detail, locked inside the chamber, with the condemned. The valorous decree burned from prow to stern, and continued firing, its lance batteries carved through spore clouds and stunned bioships. Nova cannon vessels fired through the wreckage of their own escorts, each shot turning sections of void into expanding suns. Torpedo spreads struck fleeing organisms and shattered them open. Cobra destroyers ran close enough to crippled bioships to fire into exposed wound cavities before their own drives failed or feeder tendrils caught them. Plasma drive detonations became weapons of doctrine. Crippled ships that could no longer maneuver were ordered into the densest remaining masses of Leviathan organisms. Captains gave last rites over fleet vox. Engineerium crews overloaded reactors. Confessors chained themselves to command thrones beside dying officers. Ships that had borne saints' bones, crusade banners, family lineages, and 10,000 loyal crew became bombs in the dark. The detonations rolled through the Nathrane Vale. Infested moons were struck with cyclonic fire. Penal bastions already swallowed by capillary growth became white spheres, then black glass. Agri-worlds poisoned by the ash cordon received final bombardment, their oceans igniting where Tyranid blooms had spread too deeply to purge. Hive stations that no longer answered the Vox were broken apart by macro-cannon fire. Mordax's remaining orbital ring collapsed in segments, each falling section burning through the sky like the bones of a murdered god. Leviathan Ropalon was not routed. It was butchered while stunned. The distinction mattered to those who wrote histories. It did not matter to the dead. On Mordax Secundus, Colonel Joran Vael lived long enough to give one final order. He lay in the pylon trench where the bombardment had thrown him, half buried under ash, one side of his body numb and the other full of pain. His rebreather had cracked. Every breath tasted of blood, promethium and alien spores. Around him, the last. Carthan, still alive, worked the guns by hand because the loading engines had failed. Basilisk barrels glowed dull red. Earthshaker platforms buckled with every recoil. A Medusa crew had chained their cannon to a shrine pillar to keep it from sliding into a digestion sinkhole. Vile's Vox operator was dead, but the set still worked. He crawled to it. His fingers left red streaks on the casing. He pressed the transmit rune and heard nothing but static, distant artillery and the wet collapse of Mordax's dying fleshscape. "This is Colonel Joran Vael," he said. 812th Carthan Siege Regiment. Final report. A shell detonated nearby. Dust fell across his face. He kept speaking. Carcharodon's Astra intervention resulted in destruction of primary synaptic control vessel. Major Leviathan tendril rendered combat ineffective. Imperial Navy engaging remaining bioforms. Mordax Secundus is lost. Nathrane 9 is stripped. Outer moons are ash, guard strength negligible, civilian survival irrelevant to strategic outcome. He coughed until he could not breathe. When air returned, it came with blood. Let the record show the Red Wake achieved victory. His hand tightened around the Vox. Let the record also show the price was every soul he could spend, and he spent them without hesitation. The surviving artillery crews waited for his next order. Vael turned his head. Through the broken trench line, he could see the last batteries aimed toward the collapsing southern digestion fields, where leaderless Tyranid monsters still rampaged. "Fire until the guns split," he whispered. The order passed down the line. The guns fired. They fired until recoil mounts cracked, until barrels burst, until crews died loading final shells into weapons too hot to touch. Vael listened to them die like soldiers, not because death was noble, but because the alternative was to be eaten without having made the enemy pay. When his own breath failed, he was looking at the sky. It was full of burning biomass. Inquisitor Malrek Voss prepared 2 records. The first was sealed in black cipher beneath Ordo Xenos authority, marked for eyes that would never know comfort again. It named the enemy correctly. Leviathan Ropalon, a major splinter tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan, destroyed through coordinated Imperial Navy sacrifice, Mechanicus attrition, Astra Militarum annihilation, planetary denial actions, and Carcharodon's Astra decapitation strikes under the command of Tyberos, called the Red Wake. It listed estimated dead in categories too vast for grief. Billions of Imperial citizens, entire guard formations, penal legions, forge labor cohorts, naval crews, Skitari maniples, Titan princeps, serfs tithed into void service, worlds burned to deny consumption, victory achieved at obscene cost. The second record was for proclamation. It was shorter. It spoke of the Red Wake annihilating Hive Fleet Leviathan in the Nathrane Vale. It spoke of the Emperor's angels descending in righteous fury. It spoke of sacrifice, purity, courage, and deliverance. It did not mention sealed gates. It did not mention the ash cordon in sufficient detail. It did not mention Vael's accusation. It did not mention that Leviathan remained beyond the dead system, vast and patient, of which Ropalon had been only a tendril. Voss read both aboard the Nikor while the battle barge made ready to depart. Tyberos stood before him in the strategium. His armor had been patched but not restored. Hunger and slake had been cleaned enough to function, not enough to appear honored. The War Council was gone. Crone survived only as a flickering fleet projection from a crippled bridge. Gal remained alive, though half his augmetics had burned out during the silent net. Vael was dead. Tain was dead. Mordax was dying. Voss held the sealed slate in one hand and the proclamation in the other. Which truth do you prefer, Chapter Master? Tyberos looked at neither. Truth is not preference. You will be named Savior in one record and Butcher in the other. Names are wind. Crone's scarred projection stirred. My fleet died to make your wound fatal. Yes. Voss's voice sharpened. Billions died. Yes. And that is all? Tyberos turned his helm toward the projection of the Nathrane Vale. It was no longer a system of worlds. It was a graveyard of burning biomass, broken ships, dead moons, poisoned oceans and ash. Nothing had been liberated. No population cheered beneath banners. No governor knelt in gratitude. No bells rang for victory, unless broken alarms counted as bells. Mordax Secundus was a furnace corpse. Nathrane 9 was stripped. The outer worlds were glass, toxin, or silence. The Imperium had survived because Tyberos had spent lives faster than Leviathan could consume them. That was the victory. The beast was hungry, Tyberos said. Now it is dead. Find the next. No one answered him. Far out in the dead reaches beyond the system's formal boundary, something remained. Not enough to contest the fleet. Not enough to feed openly. Not enough to be seen by exhausted Imperial augurs, drunk on radiation, debris, and victory static. Fragments of Leviathan drifted in deep void hibernation, curled within cold sacs of chitin and frozen mucus. Metabolism slowed to almost nothing. Lesser bioships no larger than fortresses, seed organisms sealed inside bone shells, synapse remnants too weak to command, strong enough to remember direction. They did not mourn the throat. They did not fear Tyberos. They slept. In that sleep, chemical memory preserved the taste of grey armor, void salt, gene seed, phosphex, meltifire, false psychic lures, and the shape of the hook that had killed a Norn ship. One day, somewhere beyond Imperial maps, that memory would open in another swarm. Leviathan did not need to hate the hunter. It only needed to learn that hunters existed. Aboard the Nikor, the red tithe was counted in silence. Male youths from Mordax stood in chained ranks, heads shaved, eyes hollow, marked for trials few would survive. Void laborers were assigned to ammunition decks. Condemned prisoners who had not yet been spent were taken below for collar inspection. Serfs carried recovered relics through shrine corridors. Apothecaries sealed gene seed from the dead who had been recovered before the final strike. The names of those left inside the throat were cut into iron plates without ceremony. Tyberos stood alone before the forward viewport as the ship turned from the graveyard. The Nathrane Vale burned behind him. Lord Admiral Crone's surviving vessels limped through debris fields, firing occasional torpedoes into twitching biowreckage. Inquisitor Voss transmitted his 2 records on separate channels, one into darkness, one into Imperial myth. Magos Gal preserved synapse samples in warded stasis and began calculations no sane man would have wanted completed. The dead remained where they had fallen, on worlds no pilgrim would visit, and in ships no salvage crew would willingly board. The Nikor's warp engines woke. No hymn marked their awakening, no proclamation named triumph. No mortal celebration echoed through the battle barge. Its hull was scarred, its gun decks were depleted, its holds were filled with gene seed, relics, tithes, and silence. Tyberos watched the last image of Mordax Secundus shrink behind the armored glass. Then the void opened. The Nikor translated back into darkness. Far beyond the Nathrane Vale, across a region of stars that had not yet heard the astropathic screams, points of light began to disappear one by one.